Good morning, welcome to the Modus Super Series on a very special week this week. Yeah, it is our first ever Women's Week here at the Live Lounge. The top lady darts players all about to do battle, including our very own Laura Turner, who's going to be playing on the stage later in the week. In comms with me today, but looking forward to your debut on the stage.
Yeah, I'll tell you maybe after on the first day on Thursday. No, genuinely, yeah, really looking forward to it. It's a great opportunity to kind of showcase what the women have been doing at the PDC Women's Series, and we've seen quite a few women here at Modus, so it's great to see a lot more faces, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of those faces played in our Champions Week of the main series just gone, BEAU GREAVES. What did you make of her performance, and what did you make of Champions Week overall?
Yeah, it was fantastic, wasn't it? I mean, the groups themselves very, very tight, just as you'd expect on a Champions Week, but BEAU still managed to find a way to top A, get those precious couple of days off. She was very, very impressive throughout. Didn't quite make it to the final, but very good.
Yeah, it was Andreas Harrison who got the better of BEAU in the end after that brilliant start she made on Champions Night. Another 4-3 win for him in the semi-final. And he got a 4-3 win in the final as well in the most dramatic fashion. Yeah,
no, it really was very, very tight towards the end. I think you'll see it here. Cam Crabtree on that 179 hits the 171 to set himself up on 8. And I will be honest, at 3-3 in a final, you would expect to come back to have a shot at 4-4. But you see Andreas Harrison just cool as a cucumber, isn't he? He seems unflappable, and he was, and just took out a remarkable 1-2-1 on the ball, and the rest is history.
Yeah, and he said afterwards that he does that kind of thing all the time, the 1-2-1 checkout. So that was probably part of it, wasn't it? That the pressure was eliminated from him because he wasn't thinking about the moment, he was just thinking about the shot.
Yeah, and you've got to do that as a player. Sometimes you can get overwhelmed by actually what you're about to achieve, and the fact that you've done it, you go up there with that bit of confidence, and it definitely paid off in dividends for Harrison.
Yeah, but we're going to talk about this week now, and it is Women's Week, as I mentioned. Laura is part of the field, and here is the field in its entirety. You're coming in Group C, Laura, so Natalie Gilbert and Dita Hedman, and obviously 3 players will drop in from this Group A, which looks very, very competitive.
Yeah, it does indeed, doesn't it? I'll be honest, I don't want any of them in Group C, but as you say, we're going to get 3 of them in there with in the mix with the rest of us. But I mean, to me, just the way that BEAU's been performing here, she's going to be the player to watch. She's just been outstanding. But the other names in the mix as well. Again, I think this could run really quite tight.
Yeah, we can see this in the betting as well, the outright odds for this group. BEAU GREAVES is a strong favourite, 1-4. FALLON SHERROCK 9-2, maybe a little bit of value there. Rhiannon Sullivan given the next best chance, but a long way behind. Trina Gulliver, maybe surprisingly, those who saw how she played last time she was here at 125-1. Outsider. If you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. It's begambleaware.org and 18 plus. The first match, Laura, is between the 2 favourites, BEAU GREAVES and FALLON SHERROCK. What a way to get Women's Week started.
Yeah, I mean, it feels slightly brutal, I think, if you're FALLON or BEAU, but for the rest of us, this is a headline start to what should be a very, very good and competitive week. So, yeah, I can't think of a better game to get the action underway.
Yeah, well, let's get in there and enjoy it. The first match is about to get underway here on Women's Week. BEAU GREAVES against FALLON SHERROCK. Those 2 worlds collide. They will do 3 times in Group A, and it starts with a bang. And I had the pleasure of speaking to both earlier this morning. BEAU, welcome back. Not been long since you were last on the Super Series stage. First of all, just give us your reflections on Saturday night.
Yeah, well, obviously set off quite well. Had a good game against Reese, but yeah, just sort of fell off a little bit, but it weren't to be. But positives to take away from that week.
Welcome back to the Super Series, a stage you know well. What are your thoughts ahead of a special Women's Week here?
No, I'm really excited to see how this week pans out. We've got some quality players that keep, going on about how good the women's game is at the moment, and I think this week you're going to see it.
I should be well prepared to go on the stage, so I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully all the ladies show up, and yeah, it should be a good week.
But I think actually seeing the other calibre players that you don't really expect to obviously be at the Modus Super Series, I think seeing them will change everyone's perspective about the women's game, because I do think, you're going to see some really good games this week.
Aside from winning, are there any particular targets you've got this week?
Not really. I think last week was probably the main week for me, but just obviously try and enjoy it and just try and probably relax a little bit more. I think certain moments last week I was really tight and yeah, just maybe thinking too much. So I think this week just try, let them go and see where they land.
And a couple of players that everyone has been seeing a lot, yourself and BEAU GREAVES, you're playing in the very first match. So just give us a few thoughts about how important it might be to win that one.
Yeah, no, everyone wants to start off on a good run. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, the first game, everyone wants to start off, with a win. That's my objective, but obviously it's BEAU's objective as well. So hopefully we put on a good performance, and hopefully that escalates, for the day for the other women.
Every time I sort of play Fallon, it's more or less a good game. Hopefully we both turn up and fairly evenly matched as well. So yeah, it should be good. And I know what to expect from Fallon, so I'm going to have to be on my A game, yeah.
How big is your love?
Shot and the Modus Super Series Week 5 champion
To become the first ever female player to hit a televised night-time finish.
Again, over to the right side. This is a Stephen Bunting area of the board.
Fantastic dart from Fallon Sherrock. Fantastic finish from Fallon Sherrock.
Generational talent, playing at the peak of her powers. 16. This is looking good, isn't it?
Yes, Women's Week about to get started, and what a way for it to get started. The two top talents in ladies darts at present, including one who reached the semi-finals of Champions Night on the Saturday just gone. BEAU GREAVES about to take on Fallon Sherrock in the opening match of the week. The two-time Women's World Champion and reigning PDC match play champion, looking to take on the woman who first won that crown. As we discussed at the top of the show, these two players, the runaway favourites. Fallon Sherrock, of course, now holder of the MBE for everything she achieved that got her that nickname, Queen of the Palace. BEAU GREAVES, still just 20, so dominant in the sport of darts. All of the matches this week, by the way, will be first to 3, so best of 5 legs on this first ever Women's Week. And that tells me, Laura Turner, that some of the matches could be over pretty quickly.
Yeah, I agree. I think, as you heard in the pre-match interview, especially from Fallon there, you're going to get to see
First leg, it's
some of these players that a lot of people might not have seen before play on in a televised event, but it's a very, very strong field. As you say, these are the two front runners, the two outliers, and what a way to get us underway.
140.
Yeah, we'll get your expert knowledge of some of the ladies that perhaps aren't as familiar to the viewers as this pair, but I don't think we really need much of it for this match, do we?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, just to dig a little bit deeper into the week that BEAU GREAVES just had, I mean,
48.
it was almost the most incredible Super Series win. You think what Luke Littler did at the age of 16, and BEAU GREAVES managed to come through an open field and take a Super Series title. That would have been right up there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think the success in itself, obviously played here in week 9, won that week, first woman to win a week outright. We were discussing it before, weren't we? Fallon has made a final and was pipped at the post, but BEAU found a way through, and in Champions Week just made that semi-final. But it was a very, very
60.
tight match against a player that went on to win it.
If your favourite player isn't in the field this week, it doesn't mean they weren't invited. There were a few that had prior commitments or just couldn't make it.
40.
And obviously the hope is to give those players their opportunities in a future Women's Week. I was going to say dependent on the success of this one, but I've got no doubt that it will be a success.
98. Fallon, you require 139.
So for the opening leg, options here. She went for treble 13, and with BEAU not on a finish, you can forgive her that.
118.
Just slips into the wrong treble on the last start, so she will be needing to waste one just to get to a double.
108.
Yeah, first 180. The match does leave her
Fallon, you
6, but I
require
think
21.
BEAU did have a sneaky glance at the score, so I just thought she'd pile it in like she can.
Well, that's interesting, that, isn't it?
13.
Because often you see that and you think,
BEAU
well, they're doing
require
that just to
6.
get the big call from the referee in the hope that it might just rattle their opponent a little bit. And we do see Fallon Sherrock miss 2 darts at double there.
Game shot on the
And BEAU
first
Greaves,
leg,
despite
BEAU
leaving
Greaves.
one of the most awkward doubles on the board and then making it more awkward for herself, finds
Second
it
leg, it's BEAU to
and
throw
breaks
first.
throw in the first
Game
leg
on.
of a short race.
If you feel when you have those kind of opportunities against a player like BEAU, you're going to have to take them.
140.
As good as the rest of the field are, I think it's quite hard to argue that BEAU Greaves isn't the standout player in the women's field at the moment.
140.
There was a spell, wasn't there, where BEAU Greaves was really, really dominant against Fallon Sherrock. That's changed in the last year to 18 months. It's getting pretty level between the pair of them, to be honest.
57.
Yeah, when BEAU made her debut on the women's series, or came back to the women's series, she decided, I think it was in
58.
Germany, and then she just reeled off win after win after win, and it was just absolutely say it was dominant. It was unbelievable. But as you say, the rest of the field, and you see it in a lot of sports and darts
61.
as well, especially. The rest of the field know that if they want to win or just get anywhere close, they have to get better, and you're seeing that improvement across the women's game.
95.
Yeah, it's BEAU Greaves 15, Fallon Sherrock 8 in recorded meetings between the pair. But if you start the calendar
140.
at the beginning of 2023, it's only 8-5 to BEAU Greaves, so it's got a lot closer.
96. BEAU, you require 103.
Fallon winning at many of the recent meetings. More on that point in a moment, because BEAU's going for a 2-leg lead here, and she gets
Game
it
shot
with
on
a
the
fabulous
second
ton-topping
leg,
check out of
BEAU
103.
Third leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
She did win their last meeting, Laura, just to cover that point, and she won it convincingly, 5-0 in fact, in a women's series final. But
81.
Fallon Sherrock had actually won the previous 5 meetings before that.
Yeah, as you say, it has become fiercely competitive.
81.
But in this slightly shorter format, where it is just a race to 3, that opening break of throw, that could prove imperative in this match
81.
and a lot of the matches to come up.
$81. 59. 60.
Yeah, BEAU just narrowly missing out on that treble 20, trying to take advantage of the trebleless visit before from Fallon Sherrock, but couldn't find a way through.
28. 134.
Yeah, good switch there from BEAU Greaves. Leaves herself on a 3-dot checkout after just 12.
180. But you require 145.
Well, the 180 may count for something.
87.
Maybe
Fallon,
treble
you
12 here
require
for Fallon.
72.
And she finds it. 36 to leave 36 elsewhere.
Game shot on the
And that
third
is
leg. Fallon Sherrock.
just showing a little bit of fight from Sherrock. Could have easily been beaten 3-0 there. But a 180
Full
followed by
flag, it's
72
BEAU to throw
checkout gets her
first.
back in it.
Game on.
Yeah, we saw how the 180 changed the opening leg in favour of BEAU Greaves, who took that opening break throw and now is throwing for the match.
60.
I think it's a testament to anyone watching and anyone that wants to play the sport. You just never give up. It's never, ever over until that double goes in.
140. 140. 50. 57.
Of course, both players have experienced a full week at the Super Series on more than one occasion. They'll know that this match isn't the
140.
be-all and end-all. But we'll want to send out a signal earlier on.
$140.
And that gets
you
Fallon
require
into finishing range
161.
along with BEAU. Well, she's taken out 161 twice here
111.
in the last week and almost did it
Fallon, you
again.
require 164.
Yeah, great effort there from BEAU Greaves. What's Fallon got left? Just slightly pulled to the right.
$83.
Well, it's been a
Well, you
superb
require
standard, a
50.
superb start. BEAU Greaves is closing in on the win. Double 16 to get it. Here's Fallon
18.
Sherrock, a chance to
Fallon,
stay
you
in it.
require 81.
You saw Fallon hit the 72 previously. Can she back it up? Double 18. Double 9.
72. BEAU, you require
You wouldn't think she'd
32.
get another chance. Well, that's the same awkward dart as the one she threw in the previous visit. But that's
Game
a
shot
perfect
and the
adjustment
match.
and
BEAU
the perfect
Greaves.
start for BEAU Greaves, beating her big rival, her biggest threats to win Women's Week in Fallon Sherrock in a match that saw both players average north of 90. A fantastic start, the kind of level we expect from this pair, and it augurs well for what should be a fantastic week here at the Super Series. Greaves beats Sherrock 3-1 in the opening match of the morning. Plenty more to come here at the Modus Super Series, and the following game will feature a 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver, who takes on Finland's Kirsi Viinikainen. So one very high quality match been and gone here at the Women's Series. A fantastic start. BEAU Greaves beating Fallon Sherrock 3-1, the first Women's Week at the Modus Super Series. And it's a new experience for many of the women, and they're going to have to learn exactly how it works here. Kirsi Viinikainen, the Finnish player, just getting explained by Trina Gulliver, who's played on that stage a few times, and our referee Jack Garwood, exactly how it works. The absence of a marker, I think, was the conversation there. You'll know all that, Laura, when you step onto the stage. Maybe an advantage for you.
Yeah, perhaps. And I do wonder how much, the players that have played here before, who know the format, that understand what it's like, because obviously players are quite used to playing in a crowded room. There's normally a bit of noise. It's quite quiet down there until obviously we make it through to finals night when we invite everyone in. But yeah, just having that little advantage, knowing which way to walk back so you're not in front of the cameras, because some of these women potentially haven't really played in front of cameras before as well.
Well, it's been a good stage for Scandinavian darts over the last week or so. Andreas Harrison of Sweden winning, and Kirsi Viinikainen of Finland looking to follow in his footsteps with success at
First
the Super
leg,
Series.
it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Trina Gulliver may not have been successful in her recent pursuits, but when she was here a few weeks ago, she did play pretty well in a very tough Group B. Pretty solid.
26.
Much better than that anyway, and we know we'll get better than that from a 10-time world champion. Kirsty's quite a methodical type, isn't she, Laura? Have you played her? Have you seen her play a fair bit?
Yeah, I've met Kirsty on several times over the years. Obviously, she's herself a very experienced player. She's represented her country on many an occasion as well. But she's a recent addition to the women's series, at least. But
100.
played most of her competitions at BDO, WDF, and yeah, I have faced her quite a few times with mixed results.
Yeah, as we saw, 15-time ranking winner in the WDF system. Some very good wins as well. Twice Finnish Masters champion. Won titles in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Of course, we saw representation from Darius Labanauskas at finals night, champions night on Saturday. Also very successful in some of the team pursuits as well. Has played in the World Masters on several occasions as well, dating back to 2010.
66. $85. $43.
Yeah, arguably a bit of a tentative start for the pair.
$100. $97.
Yeah, good switch on the last there for Viinikainen to leave herself on a finish.
$58. Kirsty, you require 152.
Yeah, good adjustment there from Viinikainen.
78. Trina, you
115
require
required here for Gulliver.
115.
This would be an opening hold of throw.
$75.
Yeah, missed
Kirsty, you
that
require
single 15,
74.
so sets up tops. But again, another opportunity presented here for Kirsty Viinikainen. Double 16.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah,
Kirsty
very well
Viinikainen.
taken there from the Finnish player.
Second leg, it's Kirsty to throw first. Game on. $59. 140. $81.
Well, the other two players in this group,
100.
Rihanna Sullivan and Katie Sheldon, they're going to play in the next game, and it will feel like a total contrast to this one because we've got. I mean, Trina's not slow, and I wouldn't even call Kirsty slow, but methodical is a word that was used. They're certainly not that, are they?
No.
40.
I saw both Rianne and Katie this morning practicing. Katie is like a coiled spring. She is so excited to get up there and get on that stage, but it reflects in her game as well because she's one of those explosive players. And as you say,
45.
Sullivan doesn't hang around either.
Were you surprised that Trina Gulliver was made the rank outsider for this week?
Yeah, very much so. I think just from her experience, coupled with the way that she has played here at the Super Series and
100.
things that she's done on the women's circuit as well, it is surprising she is that far of an outsider because she knows how to win.
43. $100. $59. Kirsty require 121.
The ball.
96. Trina, you require 114.
Well, she misses the ball. Trina gets a go at top through a ton topper of her own. Fabulous
Game
finish
shot
from
on the
Trina
second
Gulliver to
leg.
level this
Trina
match.
Gulliver.
Yeah, in that opening leg, Trina left 115,
Third
hit the
leg,
treble
it's
but
Trina
missed
to
a single
throw
number.
first.
This time made sure
Game on.
and pins the tops.
$40. $23. $40. $100.
Yeah, so far this match, both the opening two legs gone against the throw. Trina will be looking to try and hold on.
100. $140. $84. $60.
It's all pretty solid so far. We saw those very good combination finishes, 74 from Viinikainen and 114 from Trina. The end of legs
100.
have been super sharp.
Yeah, and you just feel first game up there. I think for both players, even if you have experienced it before, you just need a couple of legs to settle in. And I think Pair of them now
81.
settling into the match.
Trina, you require 137. $97. Kirsty, you require 97.
Tops for another break.
$57.
Yeah, and that really
Trina,
was the
you
width of the
require
wire away, but
40.
does afford Trina another opportunity here.
Game shot on the third leg.
Gulliver
Trina
punishes
Gulliver.
something she's made a career out of.
Fourth flag. It's Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
So 2-1 in a race to 3. Trina Gulliver with the advantage.
43.
Yeah, so far this match, you give Trina an opportunity at that outer ring, she will take it. She's 2 from 2 with her checkouts, including that 114.
45.
Using her experience, and I don't just mean a wealth of experience in darts, but the experience of playing on that stage could make a
100.
difference for many of them. We did see, didn't we, at the start of this match, Kirsty sort of looking for explanations of how everything worked. The 10-second delay between legs, the fact that there's a automated screen
45.
rather than a human marker. And it all just feels a little bit different at first, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think anything like this as well. And players want to come here, and we see it in your normal weeks, just not your special weeks. And players want to come here and they just want to be able to kind of find their best and produce
95.
some good darts as well. So there's all these added pressures, including that element of the unknown.
$41. $121.
Yeah, very good readjustment there from Viinikainen.
$83. Kirsty, you require 142.
She's got time on her side, seemingly, in this fourth leg.
100.
Does well to work her way into the treble. As Laura alluded to, Trina's finishing has been perfect, but
59.
problem here is she's not on a finish.
Kirsty, you require 42.
So this for a level match, double 16.
$10.
Yeah, can't quite find a way. So Trina here looking to try and set something up. Just put that bit of pressure on that 32 when Viinikainen comes back to the oche.
58.
Gets the sums
Kirsty, you
right
require
and
32.
leaves the biggest finish. And that in itself applies pressure, even though it is such an outside shot. Double 16 becomes double 8. And the fin fails to
24.
find either, so a chance
Trina, you
here for
require
Trina Gulliver to win in the most
170.
sensational style. And it's on. It is on. The ball. Oh, that would have been incredible.
145.
A right smile from
Kirsty, you
Trina Gulliver.
require 8.
Laura Turner's nearly fallen off a chair in the comms box.
Well, as I was getting up to my feet, oh, that was a fabulous effort. But Viinikainen now staring down 8.
Game shot on the fourth
Gets there in
leg.
the end after
Kirsty
that
Viinikainen.
scare when Gulliver missed the ball for the 170 to win the match. Now she has to win it in a
Fifth
last
and
leg
final
decider in
leg.
which
It's Trina to throw
she
first.
does have the throw.
Game on. 24.
And again, Trina just finding herself ever so slightly on the wrong side of those big numbers.
$60.
Yeah, that was a little flaw in the game, and why she didn't win any
59.
matches really when she was here last. It was just too many visits where it was 26, just failing to stay straight, and it was decorated with tons of 140s around, but she was just
67.
giving her opponent an extra visit really in most legs.
$140.
There's one of those top 40s you were just mentioning, but as you say, it's consistency, isn't it? It's actually repeating that, trying to stay out of the ones, out of the fives.
135.
Very competitive game, this one. Viinikainen missed all those opportunities to win the previous leg, but eventually
100.
did after Gulliver missed the only dart she's missed at a double in this game, and that was at the bull at the end of a 170.
Yeah, but Viinikainen powering towards this finish line with the first 180 of the match.
180.
Trina said shot there to Viinikainen. I bet she wishes she's going to change the vowel.
42. Courtesy require 59.
For the match, the 180 set it up.
39.
Gulliver gets another go.
Trina, you require 136.
Yeah, we've seen Trina take out the 114. Can she back it up with the 136? Not on this occasion. So Viinikainen back for the match.
43. Courtesy, you require 20.
It did take her a while in the previous leg. She's missed a dozen darts at double in this match. And it gets a little bit tricky up here.
Game
But
shot and the
Viinikainen
match.
finds it.
Courtesy
And despite
Viinikainen.
the brilliance of Trina Gulliver at times in that game, it's Viinikainen who gets over the line. She just bought herself more opportunities in the match. Gulliver almost managed to win it in style, missed the ball for a 170, having already taken out 114. Viinikainen, who did struggle a little bit towards the end of the game on the doubles, just gave herself enough chances and managed to get the win. 3-2 she defeats Trina Gulliver. Coming next, blink and you'll miss it stuff between Renaud Sullivan and Katie Sheldon. So game 3 here at the Live Lounge on Women's Week at the Modus Super Series, and it features 2 of the speediest slingers in women's darts. Rhiannon Sullivan of Wales and Ireland's Katie Sheldon about to do battle in what will be a quick fire contest. A game that really should suit both players. O'Sullivan, the Welshwoman, a runner-up at the World Championship on a couple of occasions, taking on the youngster Katie Sheldon, like BEAU GREAVES, just 20 years of age, from Dublin, of course, made an appearance at the Women's World Match Play, the inaugural event in 2022. 2 players that I'm sure you've played plenty of times, Laura, and you can find yourself getting caught in a bit of a whirlwind with this pair.
Yeah, absolutely, especially Katie. I think between the pair of them, Katie is the one. She's so focused up on the Archie, and she's such an emerging talent. One of many that have come over from Ireland. But as you say, Rhiannon is no slouch herself. This is a game where they'll both get on with it. Rhiannon, very experienced, as you mentioned there, 2-time World Championship runner-up. Also qualified for last year's match play. She was actually in that epic battle between her and Katie Sheldon's good friend Robin Byrne. And it did go the way of Robin on that occasion.
41. 121.
Yeah, speaking to both these players this morning, both relaxed and excited at the same time. I don't know if that's 2 things that kind of you can have complement each other, but they're both looking forward to this so much. I think Katie was telling me she was up at 2, up at 4, didn't want to miss the alarm, wanted to get here in plenty of time, get the practice underway.
It's kind of
26.
what you need in darts, isn't it, to be able to sort of manage 2 opposing emotions at the same time. The sport itself is about pure concentration
59.
and relaxation combined.
Yeah, if you can harness it,
100.
if you could bottle it and sell it, that
Katie
would be
require
wonderful. I would definitely be
141.
first in line to buy some, but it is difficult. It is very difficult.
48. 99. Katie require 93.
Early opportunity here for Sheldon. Needs 36 for a break.
Game
Finds
shot on
it,
the
2 dot
first
checkout
leg,
on
Katie
93.
Sheldon.
Yeah, no messing
Second
around.
leg, it's
Double
Katie to
19,
throw
double
first.
18.
Game on.
O'Sullivan, of course, one of the
100.
players to have won a women's series event in PDC darts.
60.
And that's no mean feat with the sort of dominant players. You've got 2 of them in this group, FALLON
41.
Sherrock and Lisa Ashton. BEAU GREAVES, but then before that, Lisa Ashton. To be on that roll of honour
140.
is a big achievement, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very difficult. I think when we actually started doing it as well, we were doing 3 tournaments in a day.
140.
I'm sure you will remember those days.
Yeah, you made 2 finals in a day, didn't you?
Yes, yeah,
60.
I did on an occasion. Still can't cross that final line though.
Yeah, another one since then against Robin Byrne, who he's one of the players who was invited and couldn't make it. She's actually on holiday this week. Couldn't
60.
lure her away from the sun.
$140. Katie require 160.
Can't add the 160 to that 93 we saw in the opening leg. So
45.
big
Rhiannon
chance here for
require
O'Sullivan to
101.
find that break back.
She's very much a double top
81.
merchant, Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Katie
Couldn't
require
find it on that occasion.
115.
If the first start goes for Sheldon, you've got to worry. Well, that hasn't gone, but it still can be finished. Treble 20 would have left the bullseye.
79. Rhiannon require 20.
A good setup play once again from Sheldon, but
Game shot on a
all
second
academic.
leg. Rhiannon
as Rhiannon
Sullivan.
O'Sullivan does find double 10.
going to see
Third leg, it's
two
Rihanna
different
to throw
ends of the sporting
first.
spectrum playing the
Game
next
on.
game. BEAU Greaves, the current world champion, will take on the 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver. The
85.
past and the future playing in the present.
$45. $24.
Yeah, both these players, they don't hide their emotion when they're up on the stage. And you just saw the reaction there from the
100.
shot from O'Sullivan.
$140.
Reacting to the bad dart, and then it gets even worse for Katie Sheldon.
25.
For those who may have tuned in to the Super Series for the first time, fans of women's darts,
140.
each of these players will play each other once for the next 3 days at the end of Group A, after every player has played 15
60.
matches. Then
Rihanna, you require
the player in first place will
112.
qualify straight to finals night, kind of little bonus of 2 days off.
46.
Do not pass go, do not collect £200 kind of thing. And we'll play again on Saturday, and then the remaining players will be split into the
58.
coming groups. So second and
Rihanna
third in Group
requires
B, which
66.
has a slightly favourable chance of qualifying, and then Group C, which is tough to get out of
48.
for the bottom three, because only 2 go through from 6, 3 go through from 5 in Group B.
100. Rihanna, you require 18.
2-1. Goes inside, so needs to find the single number. Does, so double 4.
Game shot on the third leg. Rihanna Sullivan.
Good adjustment there from Rihanna Sullivan.
Fourth leg, it's Katie to throw first. Game on.
Katie herself has had some success on the women's series, just reached the big match.
60.
Final defeat to Lisa Ashton in
140.
2022.
I remember Katie playing at the Circus Tavern as a youth player when she lifted the Women's
100.
World Youth title. Got a feeling it may have been Keen Barry who did it for the boys that year.
95.
It's very rare now you see a young player come through and have that methodical throw, isn't it? They all seem to be rat-a-tat-tat.
41.
Keen Barry, a great example. I think it's an era of players that grew up watching the likes of
99.
Adrian Lewis and Michael van Gerwen rather than Phil Taylor, for example.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and also hot potatoes. They've just got to let them go as quickly as possible. But like you say, it makes it very
30.
exciting as a spectator. But as a player, yeah, you can really get caught up in the pace.
Just wondering from what I've witnessed in this match whether, and it will be a
44.
microsecond, but whether Katie Sheldon's actually slowed down a touch. Because I remember when she first sort of burst onto the scene and it was almost like she threw all 3 darts at once.
60. Katie require
Well, I think Katie may be one of those
160.
players that said that first year where she did qualify for the match play, she was playing at a very good level, very high
60.
level to qualify for that.
Rihanna
Hasn't
require
really been able to repeat
130.
it the next year. So I think she has been working quite a bit on her game. So it wouldn't surprise me if that is an outcome of that.
85.
The pressure applied
Katie
by
require 100.
O'Sullivan. Sheldon needing a ton, can't hit a single one. She gets the perfect start, treble 20. Misses tops, misses 10s.
90.
And
Rihanna
now Rihanna
require
O'Sullivan has the
45.
opportunity to pick up the points. Wow, she's such a tops merchant as well. I think she changed her mind there. She was going for the single 13. She's left double one in the end. Wow.
43. Katie required 10.
Yeah, really did make a bit of a mess of that. Double 5 here, and it
Shot
goes
on the
first
fourth
time of
flag,
asking for
Katie
Katie Sheldon.
Sheldon.
2 apiece, and we find ourselves in another last leg decider.
5th and final leg. It's Rianne to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, really surprised by that decision. I think she went to the board thinking 5 tops, changed her mind, and just a little bit careless with the dart for the single 13.
45.
Ironically, she scores 45, which is what she was trying to take out at the end of the previous leg.
84. 45.
Can't score anything else at the moment.
Yes, just a constant reminder of the leg before.
41.
Well, there's still a chance here if she can regather, regroup. Another habit of her game is
55.
the refusal to switch, isn't it, Rianne Sullivan? She will constantly hunt down the treble 20, even though it looks like there is just no room.
Yeah, you can just see a slight bit of exasperation in the
100.
background from O'Sullivan.
$81. 41. 60.
And that last throw there from O'Sullivan, although the bed was still quite open, it is going back to what you
47.
say, it's just a persistent attack on the treble 20.
60.
She just leave a finish.
45.
That slip from Sheldon
Rianne
means hers is
require
equally
155.
complicated. Treble 19.
99. Katie require 143.
A couple of good visits for her and not so good ones for Sheldon. Has just turned this last leg in Rianne's favour.
Really
93.
has tipped the balance. So you'd expect
Rianne
16
require
tops.
56.
And in
Game
pops
shot,
top.
undermatch,
Told her she was
Rianne
good on that. Should have
O'Sullivan.
gone for it in the previous leg, but O'Sullivan gets it done in this leg and wins the game 3-2. Really competitive stuff at the start of Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series. BEAU Greaves beating FALLON SHERROCK 3-1. Then Kirsty Viinikainen getting the better of Trina Gulliver 3-2. The same scoreline for the Welshwoman Rianne O'Sullivan against Katie Sheldon. So she picks up the points in her opener. We'll see her again in a few games' time. But coming next, Greaves meets Gulliver. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it is Women's Week, following on from Series 7, where BEAU GREAVES, of course, made it to champion tonight, made it to the semi-finals, no less. Trina Gulliver also competed in that series, but now they are playing in an exclusive women-only week, and the battle between the future of darts and the past, the most decorated player in terms of world titles, 10 of them won by Trina Gulliver. BEAU GREAVES has already picked up 2 by the age of 20, and I suppose it gets us into that question, Laura. Could she match that incredible tally that Trina has amassed?
First leg, it's BEAU to throw first.
It's such an achievement,
on.
isn't it? 10 world titles. But she's 20 years old and she's already got 2 under her belt. It wouldn't surprise me one bit, because, you know, the way she's dominating within the sport generally, not just the
59.
women's sport, but the way that she's played here at Modus Super Series is a perfect example of just how good she is.
$59. $100. $60. $180.
First 180 of the match does go the way of BEAU GREAVES. She won that opening match 3 legs to 1 over Sherrock.
100.
Gulliver against Kirsty Viinikainen just struggled with that consistency when it came to scoring.
$130.
A really good setup from BEAU GREAVES.
$100. But you require 32. Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah,
BEAU
first leg goes the
GREAVES.
way of BEAU GREAVES. Finds that opening leg in just 14 darts.
Second leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on. $60.
Fabulous start from Greaves.
100.
We haven't really discussed, Laura, and I know Fallon Sherrock, as it stands, is actually bottom of the table after that defeat to BEAU GREAVES, because she lost 3-1. The other defeats were 3-2.
59.
But assuming, as most people are, that they're going to finish in the top 2 positions, have you got a thought who is the most likely player to get into that Group B spot in 3rd place?
You're coming into the tournament, just based on what I've seen, I would have gone with
64.
Rhiannon Sullivan. I mean, nothing's been done that's particularly changed my mind, but I did say Kirsty Viinikainen. She's one of those players that players don't like playing on the Women's Series circuit. Katie Sheldon, we know she can pack a punch, and you can never
140.
underestimate Trina. If any of them finished 3rd, it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, if I had to step off the fence, I'd go Rhiannon Sullivan.
And she does occupy that spot at the moment with a win in her opening match against Sheldon.
134.
It's going to be the matches against each other, but don't be surprised to see any of them pick up a result against Fallon or BEAU.
78.
Can be beaten, just not very often.
$57.
This is a
Trina
good response from
require
Trina.
164.
Has got an opportunity here. We did see her miss that 170 in the first match on the bullseye. Won't have a chance here for 164, but opportunity to leave herself on a double if she can find another treble.
100. But you require 146.
Perfect. Another. Couldn't quite manage it, so Gulliver will get a go, and she was finishing
130.
fantastically in her
Trina
first
require
match.
64.
We'll get a dart at a double, and it will be double 16.
32.
She fails
But
on
you
this
require
occasion.
16.
awkward. May just need to move. Yeah, Beau not happy with the light.
Game shot on a second leg. BEAU GREAVES.
Absolutely no problem there for Beau Greaves. Finds a way through.
Yeah, she shook her head as if to say that's impossible,
Third
and
leg.
then
It's BEAU to throw
just
first.
chucked it in.
Game on.
I mean, she had the top of the bed slightly open and the bottom, but decided to persevere with the same spot as well. Why not if you can?
I think some players, they like to try and use that sort of
60.
barrier, don't they, to bounce it in off. But yeah, she made the perfect adjustment, which Gulliver's going to have to do here.
100.
And I think out of all of these players, I think having those couple of days off by topping this group, I think it would be most beneficial to a player like Beau because she was
43.
here last week for Champions Week.
Yeah, I know she was already thinking about that last week when she won Group A on Champions Week, knowing that she didn't have to play what could have been
60.
12 out of 14 days. Well, now we do have these special weeks sandwiched in
121.
between series. It is a potential for a player to play 3 weeks in a row, of course, if they were to qualify for Champions Week on week 12, play in the Champions Week and the Specials Week.
108.
Might as well make them a bed up.
Well, yeah, I think we were trying to coerce Scott Taylor into playing the double start last time we did a Specials Week because he actually did that. He won week 12, came on to Champions Week,
140.
and then we went into the double start.
77. Trina, you require 97.
Well, Beau's waiting. Gulliver's going to have to take this out. She makes the perfect start with the perfect dart,
Game
and
shot on
that
the
is the
third
perfect
leg.
finish from
Trina
Trina Gulliver.
Gulliver.
Absolutely fantastic.
Fourth leg. It's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, really good response there. 14 dart from Trina Gulliver. It was a breaker throw, so now needs to find a way to hold and break again. And you can see the averages in this
59.
match. Just under 95 for Beau, just over 86 for Trina. Very competitive stuff.
One 100. $80.
And Cam Crabtree, just going back to that point that we were talking about, he actually won week 12 as well, didn't he? And went on to reach the
60.
final of Champions Week. Of course, he was never going to play in this Specials Week. But I wonder if there is we'll get our stats boffins to look into it, if there is a trend of
78.
players winning later in the series doing better on a finals night, maybe because they're in form at that point. Having said that, Reece Robinson won week 1 and he made it through to finals night.
100. $100.
Well, this is a massive improvement in terms of average and performance for Trina Gulliver over her first match.
140.
Yeah, and still may not be enough. I suppose that can be the frustrating thing in darts sometimes, when you end up producing your best performance against the best player.
7.
You kind of can feel
You
wasted,
require
can't it?
101.
Yeah, and this is for the match. But that last visit from Trina didn't
49.
leave her on a finish, so Beau Greaves with a bit of time on her side.
I see Trina sort of smirking a little bit, knowing that bad shot last time out when she only managed to score 7
85.
came at the wrong
You
time.
require 52.
But for that, she might have won this leg. 88. And it's Greaves
Shot
who
and
wins
the
the
match,
leg, and
Beau
therefore the
Greaves.
match. a second average of over 90 for BEAU GREAVES, who's carrying on where she left off last week, playing at a high standard and winning 3-1. She got FALLON SHERROCK by that scoreline. She does the same between Gulliver, and BEAU GREAVES looks very much like the woman to beat on Women's Week here at the Super Series, which will continue after a short break, with FALLON SHERROCK returning to take on Katie Sheldon.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And
there.
he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Everyone knows. Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
If we can't enjoy and get carried away by what he's achieving right now, what is the point?
I actually thought at one point, this is going to be a world record. This is going to smash any record. You don't get many finals with averages like that in. Probably the best performance in a final I've ever refereed.
We did lower the age limit for Luke Littler.
I'm fascinated with the whole Luke Littler situation. The Littler effect is taking effect. So that there's no doubt.
I guess Luke, bless him, was a test case for us.
What was the story when Luke Littler lost in the World Final? The story was Luke Littler losing the World Final. It wasn't Luke Humphries wins the World Championship. That's going to get people's back up.
Gary had a point. What he was trying to do was protect his 16-year-old kid.
Without the media, Gary's not earning millions.
Gary Anderson, I thought, spoke very, very well about the whole situation. If truth be told, I was nodding my head through it.
Be careful what you wish for. The media are needed.
And that documentary actually is available now on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, where you're watching the live darts. So after today's live action, just have a little look down our videos for that. You'll find Luke Littler, the story so far. And in order not to miss any fantastic content like that, make sure that you are subscribing to our channel. Join the almost 50,000 people that are doing that. But right now, it is back to the live stuff at the Women's Week here at the Super Series in a matchup between Fallon Sherrock
First leg,
and
it's Katie to throw
Sheldon,
first.
both looking for their
Game
first win of the day. Sheldon went down 3-2 to Rhiannon Sullivan. Fallon Sherrock went down 3-1 to BEAU GREAVES, who has added a second victory already. So now you would think, Laura, it's time for Sherrock to step up and show that she's going to be a threat to BEAU this week.
Yeah, absolutely. She
100.
performed very well, had over a 90 average in that 3-1 defeat to BEAU GREAVES. If she can maintain that kind of consistency
96.
throughout the day, she's going to be very problematic to beat.
People do remember Fallon
81.
Sherrock's moments as a 9-darter here, for example. Of course, the matches she won on the Ali Pali stage, but she has won an awful lot of titles as well. It's funny that they're not really even mentioned when you're talking about the story of Fallon Sherrock. 17 Women's Series titles, the Women's World Match Play, couple of majors in the WDF, formerly
77.
BDO system, and plenty of other ranking titles as well.
100%. I think it's the kind of history-making stuff that does get to referred to quite a lot. But as you say, she knows how to win matches. She knows how to win tournaments.
$58.
Yeah, we just heard about the Littler effect. Well, we did have the Fallon effect, didn't we, just a few years ago? You had a front row seat for it. I certainly did with the media attention that she got afterwards. Not just in this country, but the story travelled around the world at rapid speed.
It was a sensational time. And
Katie
like
required
you say, it led to things like the Women's Series and the opportunities that we've had to not just play on these different platforms, but you can see a marked improvement in the game as a whole when it comes to the way that women are playing. It's the opportunities. We've had a lot more.
Yeah, we're seeing that today as well.
Game
Quality like that.
Leg, Fallon Sherrock.
As Fallon breaks throw in leg one.
Second leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on. $25.
It's a bit brutal, wasn't it? I think she can see the funny side.
$100.
Prior to that win that Fallon found at the Ali Pali stage, qualification for that tournament was just a one-day event. Fallon came through that
46.
in sensational style to claim a place at the Ali Pali. But as I say, now the Women's Series, it just has all these different opportunities. We've got more 60. Chances to play against each other, and it's just wonderful to be part of that kind of competitive environment.
I get a great look at a maximum here.
108.
Perfectly pitched. She could have left those darts in and hit another one.
140. $121. 25.
That was unlucky there for Katie Sheldon. Bounce out means she's not on a finish. So 6 starts from here for 129 for Sherrock.
$93.
A good leave, good setup.
$85.
Sheldon was trying to leave the same thing. Very much Fallon's double this, and she finds it to double her lead.
Sherrock. Third leg, it's Katie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, all seemingly quite comfortable. Fallon looking very composed up there on the stage.
95.
And that is something that we've spoken about over the years. It's just the level of composure that Fallon has when she plays.
100. $56.
Yeah, terrific under pressure.
96.
I think she's found that little bit of focus as well that maybe was missing from her game, something that she herself has spoke about. If you look at her women's series success, she often
100.
has come better towards the end of a season when the big prize is in her sights, and I don't know, maybe the word might be complacency.
53.
But I think chucking in the match play as a carrot has really helped a lot of players sort of have something else to focus on as well. But very rarely now do you see Fallon Sherrock sort of
45.
drop her performance level during the course of a day, when maybe in the past, I mean, often she would get away with it, but seems to play at a high standard consistently now.
140.
Yeah, and I think the key thing as well is you can't necessarily the opportunity to get away with it's not quite as regular as it used to, because
45.
the women that are playing are
Fallon,
just
you require
becoming more and more
112.
confident at taking out the bigger names.
Double top.
92. Katie, you require
Well, she's
160.
waiting, ready to seal the first whitewash win of the week. And she can do it when she returns.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate deflection there for
96.
Sheldon, but
Fallon, you require
Sherrock here
20.
for a 3-0 win.
Game shot and the match. Fallon Sherrock.
And she gets it done with little trouble. 3 legs without answer for Fallon Sherrock, who averages 92.02, a 180 in there as well. The finishing was fine, 3 out of 4 on the doubles, and she didn't even allow Sheldon a dart at the outer ring in the entirety of the match. So Fallon Sherrock gets her first points after defeat to BEAU Greaves earlier. She is on 2, as are Kirsty Viinikainen and Rhiannon Sullivan, who are going to go head-to-head after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it is Women's Week, and we have seen some fantastic stuff so far. Averages in the 90s for both BEAU Greaves and Fallon Sherrock throughout. Sherrock lost to Greaves in the opening match, but bounced back in the previous game with a 3-0 win over Katie Sheldon, the first 3-0 win of the day. And now two players who won their opening games. Kirsty Viinikainen got the better of Trina Gulliver 3-2. Sheldon was beaten by Rihanna Sullivan in a last leg decider as well. So whoever wins this one will find themselves at the end of the first 2 rounds of fixtures ahead of Fallon Sherrock and joint top with BEAU Greaves.
To throw first. Game on.
Viinikainen here with the advantage of throw. In a race to 3 can be all important.
And what a start she's made.
121.
We'll have the contrast here, won't we? The speed of O'Sullivan and the method of Viinikainen.
81.
Uses some rather unusual flights as well, doesn't she? Not the sort of conventional style.
60.
Yep, does use them to some good effect. Solid start, but is this a good response here from O'Sullivan?
80.
That's an unfortunate bounce out. I always find it quite amazing the amount of kind of different equipment that's now available to the darting community.
They're almost a nod to the old style sort of feather flights, aren't they? The shape of them.
60.
That's a very conventional setup from O'Sullivan.
140.
Does have a few little extra bits of equipment on there, like her darts going for a pit stop now and again, the little flight protectors and the rings to keep them in. Are you a tinkerer, or have you stayed with the same set?
Yeah, I mean,
100.
for whatever reason, you know, I am one of those players that sticks with the same set. I like the feel of a worn-in dart, and I don't tend to
41.
change flights
Kirsty
and stems
require
equipment.
160.
I use the same stuff. But I did have that odd dart for a long time, and that was just because I liked the other two so much. I just kind of had one that tagged along the side.
Both Fallon Sherrock and the world
100.
champion Luke Humphries have, at different times in their career, played with a point that's totally a different size to the other ones, because for exactly the same reason. They like the darts, a point snap, so instead of
99.
replacing it, they just sort of
Kirsty requires 60.
sharpened the end and carried on playing despite one of the darts having a shorter point. That could be usable, the way her darts lay in the board.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
she just
Kirsty
glides over it and
Viinikainen.
into the bed to lead 1-0.
Second leg. It's Rianne to throw first. Game on. $45. $100.
I would say out of the two, obviously both making their debut here at the Super Series, and out of the two, it feels like Viinikainen's the one that settled into it better.
140. $45. $100. $100.
Yeah, solid play from both these players. It's O'Sullivan here. If she can find a treble, could leave herself something handy,
40.
and that is the wrong treble.
100.
You just saw O'Sullivan in the background there, nod of appreciation for her opponent.
60. Courtesy require 156. $60. Rian, you require 116.
116 required. This would be for a holder throw. Single 16, and she misses the big number.
$84.
And that allows Viinikainen the opportunity to double her lead. Well, can still be done. Treble 19. Not now.
$64. Rian, you
Yeah,
require
once again, good
32.
setup play, but it's O'Sullivan with the slight advantage. First shot at
Game shot on the
32 and gets
second
it
leg,
first up.
Rian O'Sullivan. Third leg, it's Kersey to throw first. Game on.
Well, this will bring our second round of fixtures to a close. Have you been, I wouldn't say surprised, because I know you won't be, but have you been impressed with the standard so far?
Yeah, I think everyone so far has come out, played at a very good level.
95.
I'm not surprised, as you say, having seen these women play on a regular basis. But it is still something to come here, especially as a debutant, and actually replicate what you do on the floor,
41.
because it is different. You know, you're playing in front of the cameras, you know there's people at home watching, and you want to make a good impression.
Well, we've seen it happen to players that have fallen off the Pro Tour that have turned up here, and you sort of expected them to make it through to finals night at least, and just have not got going at all.
100.
No pressure, Laura, but still only one commentator has gone and won a week at the Super
81.
Series.
Now I'm going to start simple. I want to win a game to start with and see where we go from there. Now I'm looking forward to it. Had a little bit of practice with Lorraine Winstanley, who will be featuring in
81.
Group B. I've actually got some practice booked in tonight. Taking this very seriously. Very seriously.
As you should, as you should.
83.
Yeah, interesting some of the players that are in. Vicky Prume, for example, has been playing really well, winning titles on the ADC circuit this weekend.
Yeah,
41.
Very experienced player representing Sweden most recently. Yeah, just another one that I think sometimes goes
81.
under the radar slightly, Vicky, and there is absolutely no reason why she should.
Well, this one well poised at the moment. Viinikainen trying to make her move.
100.
That's a decent enough return.
$100. Kersey require 84.
Haven't seen a dart missed at double yet in this game. And it will be the outer ring here. Double 11. Superb. That's a fine finish from Viinikainen to take the lead 2-1 in this game.
Fourth leg, it's Rian to throw first.
It's a perfectly thrown
Game
dart.
on.
Finds the middle of the bed.
$40.
Yeah, just a little bit of frustration there for O'Sullivan. Clatters into one of her darts and only 2 scoring visits there.
$140. $41. 44. 140. 100.
Sullivan battling here to keep this match going.
60.
That keeps her in touching distance, but has lost the advantage of throw here because Viinikainen can set something up.
$41. 100.
Yeah, that's better from O'Sullivan. Leaves herself on 120. And as you mentioned earlier, Murph, she does like tops.
Yeah, the perfect kind of finish.
100.
She will be under severe pressure.
And you require 120.
2 darter left by Viinikainen. Remember, a match in which a dart at double has not been missed.
85.
And Viinikainen will get one, barring a missed big number here. Interesting route. Went for triple 16 for double 14, but ends up on tops.
56.
And the first falter comes from Viinikainen. A reprieve for Rianne.
So this to level us up at 2 apiece. Double 16.
Game shot.
Yeah, very good adjustment there on the last dart, and we are at 2-all.
Yeah, again, a decent standard. Both players.
5th and final leg.
2 out of 3
to throw first.
on the doubles.
Game on.
It's been the solid scoring from Viinikainen, hasn't it, really? 10 scores of 100 or more. Just the 140. Now Sullivan has managed to find 3 140s, but only
60.
3 tons.
Yeah, you feel throughout this match it has been Kirsty Viinikainen who has had the majority of the control, but now it comes down to this last leg, and that's a good solid start from O'Sullivan.
The finishing absolutely brilliant from the pair of them.
140. 140.
And that's sensational, really, from Rianne. She was nodding in approval at the 140 of her opponent and then walked on to hit one herself.
She is one of those players that when you play against her, as I have on several occasions, she's very generous with praise. You know, if you hit a good score, she will say good darts to
60.
you. She is one of the, one of the nicest people I think to play against, especially on the circuit. Not that I enjoy playing against her
60.
that often because she's a very solid player as well.
Yes, if you had a few good darts from O'Sullivan, you know you've played well.
Yeah.
Leaving 161. Viinikainen will be on a slightly more favourable finish, provided that she does stay straight here.
81.
Well, it's okay.
And you
a
require
point better off, but
161.
it's actually much better off, isn't it?
30. Kirsty, you require 160.
And arguably, you'd rather be on 160 than 131.
Yeah, I was going to say that last visit kind of undone quite a lot of the hard work that O'Sullivan's put in this leg.
One of the things you don't see much of yet in the women's
39.
game is these sort of
Rianne, you require
treble for double-double
131.
type routes. It's more traditional old-school type there, where Rihanna's so good on tops, maybe starting on treble 17, which she actually ends up
Kirsty,
hitting
you
to set
require
up tops,
121.
could have been the best play there.
Yeah, potentially. But as you say, it's just not something that we see on a regular basis.
Well, this is a shot that won Saturday night.
73.
Andreas Harrison
And
took
you
out
require
1-2-1 on the
40.
bullseye in a last leg decider. What drama. Check out the highlights on the YouTube channel at the end of today's live action. Is this the end of this match? It is.
Shot. And the
O'Sullivan
match, Rihanna
finds
O'Sullivan.
tops, and you can see that she knows she's had a game there with Kirsty Viinikainen. A real quality contest, and she had to work for that win. A win she achieves 3-2, and it's 2 from 2 for Rihanna O'Sullivan. A victory earlier against Katie Sheldon, that also was won in the last leg decider. But a game in which the finishing was the highlight. 50% Viinikainen, 60% O'Sullivan, who gets over the line to double her points tally and go joint top of the table with BEAU Greaves, who will be in action after the break as round 3 gets underway. She takes on Katie Sheldon. Welcome back to Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series, where we're into our 7th game of Group A. And here is what's happened so far. BEAU Greaves off to a winning start in the standout match against FALLON SHERROCK 3-1. Kirsty Viinikainen then beating Trina Gulliver. Rihanna O'Sullivan getting the first of her 2 wins, beating Katie Sheldon, went on to beat Viinikainen. Greaves got the better of Gulliver, and Sherrock got her first victory with a 3-0 win over Sheldon. And Katie is now looking for her first victory, but it's going to be a tough task against BEAU Greaves, who, as we saw, won both of her opening games. But it's a battle of 2 20-year-old players and a glimpse into the future of darts, although BEAU is very much the present.
Yeah, very much so. As you say, looking a bit difficult for Katie at the moment. So I've lost that opener.
First leg, it's BEAU to throw first.
And then lost 3-0.
Game on.
To FALLON SHERROCK. So yeah, when you are looking for your first win in one of these kind of round robin events, I think the worst person to come up against is BEAU Greaves.
139.
Well, already showing her what she's up against.
81. 140. $60.
Yeah, we mentioned before, Katie Sheldon.
108.
She made the inaugural Women's World Match Play. Didn't have such a good season after that, but has had a better one this year. Has made the final of one of the women's series.
Yeah, lost that to Noelyn van Leuven.
Game shot on the first
Beau
leg.
Greaves wins the opening leg of this one. Just looking through their previous head-to-head record, there is one win for Katie Sheldon against Beau Greaves, but it was
second leg. It's Katie to throw first.
when they were both 15 years of age. It was a convincing one as well. Greaves has since won all of their meetings on the women's series, starting in 2022, right through to a win in Wigan earlier this year.
140.
She did get really near in 2018. They would have been 14 then, I think.
43.
In the World Masters Girls event in Bridlington. She lost in the last leg decider in the semi-finals before Beau Greaves went and won the tournament.
100.
Yeah, Katie will know what to expect from all these players.
25.
But arguably, it is Beau Greaves. They've played each other for such a long time, going through the girls' events, right through now to the women's series and
108.
the WDF.
Well, this is ridiculous from Beau Greaves so far. A couple of 180s.
30.
The average is through the roof.
81.
She already hit the highest average ever by a woman at the Super Series on her winning week. If she carries on at this standard, she might be about
65.
to smash that record.
$100. But you require 16.
So for a 13 darter, wow.
Shot on a second leg.
Well, let me just
Beau
tell you
Greaves.
this at home: the average for Beau Greaves, with potentially just one leg left in this match, is
Third leg, it's Beau to throw
120.24.
first. Game on. $140.
Yeah, once again, straight back in the treble 20. Third 140 of the match so far for Beau Greaves.
100. $40.
Well, she's around that mark of that average she hit on a
42.
winning week. 114.39 now, Beau Greaves. Might have to go out in 6. And that's not going to happen.
60.
To break her own record.
I mean, this has been very dominant from Beau
82.
Greaves. And in fairness, in Katie Sheldon's previous match, Sherrock was equally as dominant. But it gets a bit worrying because at this stage, Katie Sheldon hasn't had
57.
a dart at the outer ring in the last 2 matches.
$125.
Well, she gets herself to a finish first against the throw as well.
58. Katie require 152. $45. Beau you require 146. $91.
Yeah, good last from
Katie
Greaves,
require
but
107.
chance here for Sheldon. 107 required. 88 left. But not going to go.
59. Beau you require 55.
15 for tops.
Game shot and the match. BEAU
for the
Greaves.
first three-figure average on Women's Week. BEAU Greaves averages over a ton in a 3-0 demolition of Katie Sheldon, who for the second match running didn't get a go at a double. Beaten convincingly by Fallon Sherrock, beaten even more convincingly by BEAU Greaves, who averages 100.2, 3 out of 4 on the double. She came racing out of the blocks and Sheldon just could not catch up. Fantastic stuff from BEAU Greaves, who's been beaten after 3 matches here on Women's Week and very much looking like the woman to beat. Coming next, one of the unbeaten players along with BEAU Greaves in this group, BEAU Sullivan, looking to make it 3 from 3 herself against the so far winless Trina Gulliver.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Not throwing any darts away. He knows where every one of these is going. And here we go again. Whoa! Double 16, but he didn't miss for long. His average, 117.88.
And that full match is available on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Luke Littler with a ceiling-shattering average and plenty more content there as well, including an interview with the Whitlocks at home and fabulous content. And all you've got to do is subscribe to the channel to make sure you can watch all of it. We saw that darts penalty shootout. We've seen some brilliant stuff as well. All the highlights from Champions Night on Saturday. And there'll be plenty of highlights from this Women's Week as well throughout the week, including some staggering performances from BEAU Greaves, who herself posted an average of over 114 when she won her week here. She set the standard, but BEAU Sullivan has been the next best player to watch. Laura, she's won both of her games so far and is set to join BEAU on 6 points if she can get the better of Trina Gulliver here.
Yeah, she's been solid, hasn't she, O'Sullivan? But for me, I know there's more levels
First
in
leg,
there, and I
it's
think
Trina
she
to
just
throw
hasn't quite
first.
settled as much as she
Game
would have
on.
liked. But these two players will know each other very, very well. Trina Gulliver, former England captain, and BEAU Sullivan is the current captain of Wales.
66. $59. 123. 100.
Gulliver. Without a win so far, to get legs in both of our games, even against BEAU Greaves, which is a feat in itself at the moment.
Yeah, very much so.
140. 100. Trina, you require 102.
Well, this would be an opening hold for Trina. Went the ball route, couldn't find it.
$46. Rihanna, you require 72. 32. Trina, you require 56.
Now Trina for tops.
Game shot on her first leg.
Just find it first
Trina
start of
Gulliver.
asking. It's been an element of Trina's game so far today, although she hasn't picked up the points.
Second
When
leg,
she's
it's
had a go at
Rihanna
the
to throw
outer ring, she
first.
has been deadly.
Game on. $45.
Well, if she's got ambitions of being in the top three, which it's going to be all about in this group, then I think she does need to probably get a win in this one. It's a long way, but it's also a long way back if you end the first day on 2 points or worse.
Yeah, and also with those Sullivans having won both her
95.
first 2 games, you also have that added element where people can really pull away. We expect the likes of BEAU Greaves because of how dominant she's been to pull away, and
100.
Fallon Sherrock's been exceptional as well today so far, and they've come into the tournament rightly so as 2 of the kind of very big favourites.
59.
And there will be some volatility in the format. Only a short
100.
race, so if you can just catch one of them cold at some point, there's a chance for victory. But it's a format that's not alien to all of you, isn't it? You've probably played even shorter stuff than this in local leagues, etc.
Yeah, well, both Brianne, she represents Glamorgan at county level, and Trina plays for Lincolnshire, and it is the format that we're used to playing on that. It is just best of 5. So as you say, it's not alien, but it is quite cutthroat.
And again,
Rihanna
Laura Turner
requires
alongside me
74.
highlighted early in the day. It's just that visit from Trina Gulliver in most legs these days that causes her a problem.
54.
It was a really good recovery from Rianne. Couldn't quite complete the job.
$80.
Wonder what was
Rianne,
going on
you
there.
require
Thought there was a
20.
little puppy on the stage or something.
Game shot on his second leg. Rihanna Sullivan.
Well, she really does kill you with kindness, doesn't she, Rihanna Sullivan? You can see just helping out with the dart on the
Third
floor
leg.
and then
It's
walking
Trina
up
to throw
and
first.
stabbing the dart in the treble. The double, sorry.
59.
Yeah, mentioned obviously these 2 glistening international careers. They would have faced each other at county level as well. But
123.
during those 10 world titles that Trina picked up, it was Brianne who felt the hard side of Trina during that period. She was runner-up to Trina in both 2010 and 2011
59
in the World Championships.
There was some story, wasn't it, really, for Sullivan? She just
85
rocked up at World Championships and got to finals.
If you can do it, it's great. And it's back then as well, if you made the final, you didn't actually have to re-qualify the year after. You were automatically invited back.
And it very much looked like she was going to do it
42.
again at the last tournament that was held in the first WDF World Championships, or the Lakeside 2022.
41
She lost the semi-final to Kirsty Hutchinson, but up to that point had looked the next best to BEAU Greaves. It looked like she was going to reach the final on every occasion she'd played, despite the sort of 10 years apart. Has had the better of matches between her and Gulliver recently. They've met 3 times on the Women's Series since Gulliver's last victory. And they've been in key matches as well, a quarter-final and a semi-final win for Rianne
100
last year.
It is one of the things that makes Women's Series quite brutal, for want of a better word, because we're quite used to having seedings. When you play in the WDF, you're seeded based on the position you are in the table. With the Women's Series, it's a completely open draw, so it does throw up some really, really interesting, yet
90.
tough first, second round clashes.
The other side, of course, is there will be days when maybe a lot of the
98.
big names are in one side of the draw and you get put in the other and you think, okay.
We can but hope.
Tops for Trina.
31
Not quite, so Sullivan will be looking to punish here.
Double 4.
Game shot on the third leg.
That was a bit of a steal there for O'Sullivan. Gulliver has been very, very strong on the finishing, but she took her chance and now one
Fourth
leg
flag.
for
It's Rianne
victory.
to throw first. Game on.
And it's been going her way today. It hasn't been going the way of Gulliver. It would be a third straight
40.
defeat for one, a third straight win for the other. And despite how well BEAU Greaves is playing, she might find herself in the very last
81.
match of the day going head-to-head with Rianne O'Sullivan, both on 4 from 4. And it could be this lady who finishes top of the table after
81.
day 1.
Yeah, as we've said, there's no easy matches with the lineup as it is. But if you look at BEAU Greaves, she kicks off her day with Fallon Sherrock. She ends
45.
it with Rianne O'Sullivan, and you switch that round. Tomorrow's going to kick off with Rianne and finish with Fallon.
45.
Yeah, later in the week, we are going to see another 6 players join the action. Group B will feature Vicky Proom, Lorraine Hyde and Lorraine
83.
Winstanley. Group C, Dita Hedman, Natalie Gilbert and a certain Laura Turner. Usual format in terms of the league phases for those who are familiar with the Modus Super Series, but the only difference, the leg format, best of 5 throughout.
41. 85.
And again, that last visit from Trina just opened the door there for O'Sullivan a bit more.
$81. Rianne, you require 129.
Well, this is for the match. Doesn't have. She would have gone for it with Trina on 170. Trina narrowly missed this in her
73.
opening match.
Trina, you require 170.
Well, she got the 2 trebles last time. It was that dart exactly placed there. This time she can't follow it.
68. Rianne, you require 56.
So tops for a hat-trick of wins. Double 10.
46. Trina, you require
Fine margins in this game, but 102 to make it 2 apiece for Gulliver. It finds the treble. and did not make sure of the single. Frustration there for Trina Gulliver.
Yeah, even more annoying because had she missed above rather than
78.
below, she'd still be on a double, wouldn't she? She had the 10 and 6
And you require
even
10.
numbers together.
No
Wow.
score.
Well, not only has
Trina,
Sullivan
you
missed a
require
double, she's missed a big
24.
number, meaning that she's bust. Gulliver gets a go. On double 12, now double 6. Right on the wire.
Game
And
shot
then
on
in
a
the bed.
flag, Trina Gulliver.
Yeah, I think
Fifth and final leg.
I think most players,
It's
obviously you
Trina
go
to
up there, you're
throw
confident.
first.
If you can hit a treble,
Game
you can
on.
hit the single number. Sometimes it is just that little lapse of concentration, but I do agree with you. I think, 48, you kind of tend to aim for the 16, but you throw high, and the same with the with 42.
45.
All's well that ends well for Gulliver, and a moment ago we were talking about O'Sullivan potentially topping the table unbeaten. Now that unbeaten record is in
83.
danger.
I think O'Sullivan's just here to get her money's worth, to be fair. Both games
60.
so far that she's won have gone the distance, both 3-2. She knows how to win a deciding leg and needs to find something special again here against Trina Gulliver.
24.
Following this one, Fallon Sherrock against Kirsty Viinikainen, both with one win apiece to their names today.
45.
Fallon Sherrock after
60.
that has both of these players to play.
$41.
By the way, like any Saturday, you can come and watch the final of Women's Week. Tickets are available via the website.
45.
And you can get them just by scanning that QR code there. It'll take you straight to the ticket page at dartshop.tv. And just for a couple of quid booking fee, you could be here. What a night it was on
60.
Saturday. We want you to come and create a similar atmosphere this Saturday to see who will be crowned the first women's champion at the Modus Super
100.
Series.
Yeah, this was like a little bit of a nervy deciding leg. That's the first 10+ score of the leg so far. Going the way of Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
58. $60.
Maybe could have thought about switching to leave it a bit more simple. 129 feels more awkward than 130.
But I think that does go back to what you were saying before.
85.
Rhiannon's that
Rhiannon
player that will
require
just persevere with
129.
trying to find a way through to the treble 20, which he needs now and can't find.
57. Trina, you require 107.
Gulliver has produced some good finishes today. This would feel like the best of the lot because it would get her a win. She's got options, 88, treble 16 or treble 20. Went for the former, but finds the wrong bed.
$57.
Yeah, that was unlucky
Rhiannon
for
requires
Trina Gulliver.
72.
A chance here now for O'Sullivan.
She needs tops.
52.
Can't get past the dart that was in
Trina
the way.
require
So an
50.
opportunity for Gulliver to pick up her first win of Women's Week.
Needs tops. Double 10.
30.
And just the wrong side of the
Rhiannon
wire for
require
Trina Gulliver.
20.
They are the minor margins that make the difference. Gulliver misses that target. So does O'Sullivan. And that one. And
No
Trina
score.
gets another chance.
Trina, you require 20.
Same double she missed for the match. This time
Shot and the
she
match.
finds it.
Trina Gulliver.
And Gulliver gets her win. Well, Sullivan has been involved in battle after battle so far. 2 of them went her way, but that one goes against her after missed match darts for both players. It was Gulliver who managed to get over the line, and in doing so picked up her first points of Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series. And the next match will bring us to the end of our 3rd round of fixtures. Fallon Sherrock and Kirsty Viinikainen both looking for a 2nd victory of the day.
Yep, welcome back here. It's Women's Week at the Modus Super Series. You're joining us here for the 3rd round of games where Fallon Sherrock is taking on Kirsty Viinikainen. Both players, 1 win under their belt, 1 loss apiece. But for me, I don't know what you think, Murph, but Fallon has seemed very consistent. Was unlucky to lose her first game 3-1 to BEAU GREAVES with a 90 average. Backed it up with a 3-0 victory over Katie Sheldon, 92 average. She has been very consistent so far, and it's what we've come to expect from Fallon.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from her and from all the women so far. It's been an entertaining morning of Super Series action, and I think that
First leg, it's Fallon to throw
none
first.
of them, having seen what
Game
they
on.
have, will be underestimating anybody. After that win for Trina Gulliver before the break, Katie Sheldon remains the only player without points yet, but she plays Gulliver after the next break.
121.
And if Viinikainen can spring what would be something of an upset here, then she would actually find herself ahead of Fallon Sherrock.
As we've said, it is a short format. It's a race to 3.
60.
And if you can just time your game to perfection and just catch your opponent, someone like BEAU, someone like Fallon, when they're just slightly off, then you can take it. You can take advantage.
139.
Fallon looking very strong so far.
The pair of them have met on 5 occasions, and Fallon has won every single one of them, including the last 2.
81.
5-0 in a quarter-final and a semi-final of the PDC Women's Series. So no happy memories for Kersey of playing Fallon.
60. $81. $81.
Sometimes when you have had those kind of memories, especially whitewashed losses to an opponent, it is something that does live with you slightly. And when you do get chances, do get opportunities, they're quite hard to take.
121. Fallon, you require 100.
Can't do this finish now.
24. Kersey, you require 158.
Kersey could do this one. Oh, wow. Taking the time over it. The dart needed is at double 19. And she's just in the wrong bed. What a finish that would have been.
Fallon, you require 76.
Well, this isn't a given, but that is a great first dart. 2 at double 8.
Game shot on the
2
first
needed,
leg.
but well
Fallon
taken there
Sherrock.
from Fallon Sherrock. And that is a hold, a throw. Desperately unlucky there for Kersey Viinikainen. Just the
Second
wrong
leg,
side of the
it's Kersey
38. Could have been a different
first.
story.
Game on.
Do get involved in the chat on YouTube, by the way. Thanks for those that are. Keep it clean and respectful. No spoilers. Ego Chip has a question for you, Laura. How are you going to commentate on yourself Thursday and
100.
Friday?
It's funny, actually, when you go up there and play, especially when I started commentary, it was something you actually do in your head. Because you're imagining what other people are thinking. So it's quite hard sometimes to switch off to it. But
59.
that's fine. You might have to drag me out depending on how the darts go. On Thursday, I'll swap places with you, Murph, right?
Yeah, I'd rather be in the cheap seats watching the action. Full respect for everyone who gets up there. It's not the critic who counts, is it?
$134.
A very healthy audience watching. Enjoying your bank holiday Monday, those who are watching in the UK.
$41. $86.
If you have missed any of the action, we're going to recap everything after this match, so stay tuned for that. I'll run you through all the results and remaining
118.
fixtures.
$134.
Yeah, great switch
Kersey,
there
you
from Fallon
require
Sherrock to leave us up
142.
88 after 12. But we saw Viinikainen narrowly missed the 158. Can she hit the 142? Solid start.
I don't think she's deciding whether to stay there or not, because it's such a good guide.
90. Fallon, you require 88.
Will be the bullseye for Sherrock. And it's in the
Great
ball.
shot on a second
Absolutely
leg. Fallon
brilliant.
Sherrock.
Maintaining that high standard that Laura mentioned at the start of the match. Again, an average
Third
of
leg,
91,
it's
which
Fallon
is
to
pretty
throw
much where she's
first.
been all day.
Game on.
Kersey actually is there as well, but has only had one dart double. In fact,
44.
marginally ahead of Fallon Sherrock in that department.
59.
Yeah, Kirsty really has been a very welcome addition to the women's series. And as you can see why with performances like this, she's just another
100.
standout player.
$60.
Well, she may well have her say this week.
40.
I suppose one of the real positives for all of the players is that the airtime they're going to get this week, because even at the PDC Women's Series, it's selected matches, isn't it? So to get repeatedly on the
100.
live stream, you have to be reaching quarters and semi-finals.
Yeah, and even going from playing on the floor where you've got a row of boards to actually going into that live stream, that in itself is very different and something that takes a while to adjust to.
And a little step up here, being on stage in front of the cameras and the lights,
60.
and hoping to do it in front of an audience on Saturday. Every single match broadcast live.
$41.
Yeah, Viinikainen, she's one of those players, not to be rushed, she likes to steady herself at
26.
bigger moments, but couldn't find the target on that occasion and really has opened the door once again for Fallon Sherrock.
60.
Sherrock on the precipice of victory. 116 when she returns.
$95. Fallon, you require 116.
And she may well take it. Tops to do so.
96. Kirsty, you require 101.
Yeah, once again, narrowest of margins, but it carves an opportunity here for Viinikainen. 101 required. Needs a treble and can't find it, so Sherrock back for the match, needs double 10.
49. Fallon, you require 20.
So to get it done, and to get it done 3-0.
Game shot.
And it is
and
back-to-back 3-0 wins for Fallon Sherrock. Defeat to BEAU GREAVES in her opening match today, but since then she has been flawless, being off Sheldon and Viinikainen in successive legs. That's now 6 on the bounce for Sherrock, 2 wins on the bounce as well, and she manoeuvres herself into second in the table, 2 points behind BEAU GREAVES. Viinikainen will return in a couple of games to play BEAU GREAVES, but after the break we will recap all the action, and then Katie Sheldon will take on Trina Gulliver. Welcome back to Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series, and it's got off to a pretty decent start, hasn't it, Laura?
Yeah, as to be expected. It has been really, really good, really competitive. The two front runners in terms of performance, with BEAU GREAVES and with FALLON SHERROCK, again, not to be unexpected, but I think everyone has come out and played really well so far. Yeah,
let's just recap what has happened so far. Here are all of the results and all the remaining fixtures, and you mentioned the top two, Greaves getting the win in that one, but as you can see, FALLON SHERROCK has not dropped a leg since that defeat. Greaves has carried on playing at high standard as well, but Rihanna Sullivan's been the interesting one for me. All of her matches going 3-2, and she missed darts to be unbeaten herself.
Yeah, she was unlucky against Trina, but I think Trina's also been unlucky, in terms of maybe consistency of scoring, but on the outer ring, she's been very strong, and yeah, she did take advantage of a few mismatched darts from O'Sullivan and gets the points herself, but it kind of keeps things interesting because you don't really want as a player to watch the rest of the field run away from you. So for Gulliver's point of view, just getting those points on the board, hopefully that will settle her in for the rest of the day.
Yeah, BEAU GREAVES could be the one that runs away today, largely because she beat FALLON SHERROCK in the first match. We didn't have to wait long for that game, and it didn't disappoint, did it?
No, not at all. And BEAU she's kind of just carried on from last week. She's been very dominant throughout. And FALLON was unlucky not to make it to a piece and force that deciding leg, but BEAU just took it all in her stride and won through 3-1.
Yeah, and it's not only those two players that have been producing good stuff. We've seen plenty of good stuff from most of the players down there so far. And Trina Gulliver almost rolled back the years and treated us to something really special, missing the bullseye.
Yeah, I think you commented that I nearly fell off my chair. I was standing up because it's just one of those moments where she was struggling with the scoring element of the game, and it just would have been a perfect way to see out that victory. Unfortunately, then the deciding leg didn't go her way either. But yeah, really good effort, really good attempt from Trina.
Yeah, and on the topic of bullseye finishes, FALLON SHERROCK took out 88 in the match that we've just witnessed on the bullseye as well. She's on a good run, as I just mentioned, 6 straight legs without answer.
Yeah, she obviously wasn't happy about losing that opening game against BEAU, and but she's just been the most consistent for me. BEAU obviously very, very consistent, but FALLON herself just has come out. She's hitting around the kind of 90 average, maybe just tailed off in the last match, but was around that for the first couple of legs. So yeah, they mean business. They're going up there. They want a top Group A. They all want a couple of days off. They all want to make it through to finals night.
Well, it is BEAU GREAVES who's top of the table right now, as she was in Group A on Champions Week. 2 points clear with FALLON SHERROCK and Rihanna Sullivan. Trina Gulliver and Kirsty Viinikainen both have one win apiece. Katie Sheldon, though, yet to get off the mark. What does she need to do to try and turn her day around?
Yeah, I just think she's just been unlucky. Hasn't really got that scoring power that we've seen from her on the women's series. Just hasn't really kind of settled into anything as of yet. But she also has faced some tough opposition as she's gone along. I think the key thing for me with Katie is the fact that she has been denied in her last 2 games an actual shot at the outer ring. So she needs to kind of address that, get the scoring power back, get those chances, and then start taking them, just to have a bit of confidence, because you do not want to be the player that goes into tomorrow without a win under your belt.
Yeah, she'll get her chance against Trina Gulliver in the next game. We'll get back into comms, but we're hoping that you could be here on finals night. Tickets are available for every week of the next series here at the Modus Super Series, and tickets available for Saturday at Women's Week. A chance to be here in a moment of history at the Live Lounge.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the Modus Super Series very soon.
Yeah, it'd be great to see you here on Saturday night. But if you can't come, of course, the action will be live on the YouTube channel as always. 7:30 finals night gets underway. Plenty more darts to be thrown this week here, though, at the Modus Super Series. Monday to Wednesday, Group 8 from 9:30 a.m. Double sessions on Thursday and Friday, 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. for the action from Groups B and C. But it is back to Group A, and it's Katie Sheldon, who's looking to pick up her first win of the campaign. The 20-year-old Irish woman has to try and do it against a 10-time world champion in Trina Gulliver, who has just got the better of Rhiannon Sullivan not 20 minutes or so ago, and will be feeling a little bit better going into this match with points to her name.
First leg, it's Katie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I agree, and I just feel that this is, well, in fairness, this is quite important for both these players. Obviously, Trina doesn't want to be languishing around on just the one win either, but for Katie,
100.
I just think in terms of performance, if she can just play a little bit more consistently, obviously carve out those opportunities at a double, convert some of them, you know, it's just about building that confidence, because it can be very hard when you start losing in this format to turn it all around.
Yeah, absolutely.
55.
Well, Sheldon was very, very keen to play here. Delighted with the invite. 80. It must be difficult to be a young dart player at the moment, considering what Luke Littler has done 85. And what BEAU Greaves is doing, because you feel like you should be accelerating your progress when actually there is no sort of peak age, is there, for darts players? You don't know at what sort of pace you should be improving.
No, it's different for absolutely everyone, and I think when you look at players, as you mentioned, like Luke Littler and like BEAU Greaves, they are
95.
just one in a generational type talent. I mean, that may be proven to be wrong, but you know, you have Phil Taylor, and then you have Michael Van Gerwen, and you feel like Luke Littler is the next version
26.
of this coming through. But it does tend to make the rest of the field play better. You have to keep with them if you want any chance of winning. Take those opportunities, and again, it's just then about
42.
building confidence. Darts, if you're not confident when you go up there, darts is actually a really hard game because you focus on the negatives and not the positives when they happen.
And it's avoiding that comparison as well. It's easy to make and lazily made by people like me.
83.
Because Katie and BEAU are the same age. Should she be at that level? Well, no, she's got plenty of time in front of her to achieve whatever her potential is.
32.
Yeah, I agree. But it
require
is human nature to compare players. I think we all do it. But you're right, some things aren't necessarily like for like.
58. Katie require 92.
Well, young Sheldon looking to start this match with a big bang.
How long have you been storing that, really?
32.
It's a big bounce out instead, and Gulliver gets a go. 86. 54 first. Okay, 4 first. Now she's got a choice to make. Going for the bull. Not sure that's the right choice with 2 darts in hand.
38. Katie requires 60.
Tops for Sheldon.
40. Trini
way off the
require
target.
48.
I think it maybe flicked the flight of the dart that was in the 5 there. Gulliver also choosing tops. She's also way off the target, closer to the treble than the double. This is the double she hit to defeat Rhiannon Sullivan. Can't find it in the next
20.
game.
No score.
Yeah, ops to bust.
Trini required 10.
I just hope that Trina cannot convert this 10.
Five.
Unfortunate.
Katie required 20.
Well, it's an opening leg that has the edginess of a match between 2 players who haven't had the results they would have desired
Trini
so far today.
5.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair assessment. So treble for double.
No score. Katie required 20.
2 10s.
Gave shot on
This
the first
time she
leg.
finds
Katie
it,
Sheldon.
and that will be a relief. Well, Katie Sheldon, in fairness to her, had not had an awful lot of practice on doubles, had she?
Second
Hadn't
leg,
had
it's
any
Trina to
darts in the
throw
last couple of
first.
games.
Game on.
Took her 7 to get there, but she does have the lead against Trina Gulliver.
Yeah, and regardless of that shaking of the head from Katie, I should say she would have been relieved when that had gone in.
Looks like maybe that just settled her down a little bit. It's amazing how often you see it, players, when they miss a few darts at double, then the start of the next leg, they are really, really solid. It's like they suddenly feel at home again going for the trebles. Gulliver's gone ton-ton and Sheldon's gone 140, 140.
It goes back to what we were talking about really early on. It's being able to control that mixture that Katie probably would have felt of relief,
41.
but also then that little adrenaline buzz that, yes, there it is, I've got it. And now she's holding it all together and she's come back, as you say, back-to-back 140s.
100.
Follows it up with another three-figure score and has a potential of a dozen dart leg here. Gulliver has no choice but to stay there.
60. Katie require 121. $97.
Well, that is solid with a capital S, that scoring segment of that leg after a dozen darts. Sheldon leaves double 12.
95. Katie require 24. $12. Trini require 105.
Yeah, this would hurt Sheldon. Not going to go, so Katie back for double 6.
50. Katie require 12.
It didn't look like she had an air of confidence going for that
55.
double 3. Almost annoyed to be there. And Trina Gulliver looking to punish.
$35. Katie requires 6.
If she doesn't fancy the double 3, she could go 2 double 2.
Game shot on a second
Got there in the
leg.
end.
Katie Sheldon. Third leg. It's Katie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and a little glance round the first start from Katie Sheldon. Wasn't sure if it was in, so great dart thrown because it was
85.
blocking her target.
$83. $58. $127.
Yeah, good response from Trina Gulliver.
$77.
Yeah, and that was unfortunate. That came out of the treble bed.
$59. $58. $100.
Gulliver will get a go at 132 when she comes back. We've already seen her miss the ball for the 170 today.
85. Trini, you require 132.
This is one of these shots that, when it goes right, it looks fantastic. Treble 19.
Yeah, and that first start was such a marker, wasn't it?
Katie require 138.
She really would have fancied it had she found that treble. Could stay there, or treble 18. Couldn't quite make the adjustment, but does leave it handy.
Trini require 68.
So tops required for Gulliver.
Game shot on the third leg.
This time she does find the target.
Gulliver.
And made it 2-1. But importantly for Trina Gulliver, that was a breaker throw.
Fourth leg. It's Trina to throw first. Game on. $135.
So the game goes on.
85.
5 more to come after this one, starting with BEAU Greaves, looking to have a perfect day.
140.
She's playing Kirsty Viinikainen next. Then Fallon Sherrock faces Sullivan in a battle between second and third in the table. Before Sheldon meets Viinikainen,
60.
Gulliver takes on Sherrock, and Greaves against O'Sullivan ends the day's play.
Shake of the head there from Gulliver, just clattered into
24.
that first start.
$100.
Well, still within her gift to get this leg won. Does seem to be having trouble when she
45.
does spray a dart wide to make the correction, Trina Gulliver. I think there's a lot of over-adjusting going on at times.
58. Trina, you require 157.
Trina started this leg with a real steely focus. Kicked off with a 135 and a 140. And backed it up with 2 treble-less visits. And again, it just goes to what we were saying
78.
previously. It's just that consistency the whole way through a leg and a match.
Sheldon will be a little bit frustrated that she's not done more of this in the leg.
138.
Does put pressure on Gulliver in the
Trina,
end.
you require 79.
Treble 13 is the choice, but it means that she may only get a dart at the bullseye now. The approved route there is treble 19. It is the bull.
54.
Oh, she was close to it.
Katie
But
requires
that is the
60.
argument, isn't it? Had that been the size of a double, it would have been in.
Yeah, 100%. And now match winning opportunity here for Katie Sheldon. Needs double 10.
40. Trina, you require 25.
Gulliver opts for double 8.
No
But
score.
that's the wrong double, and it gives
Katie requires
Katie Sheldon
20.
the slice of luck she's been hoping for. She steps forward. But she can't make the most of that luck.
Trina, you require 25.
Finds the 9, so double 8.
Game
And this
shot
time
on the
does
fourth flag.
find the target.
Trina Gulliver.
Last leg decider.
Fifth and final leg. It's Katie to throw first.
For the
Game
5th
on.
time today, Trina Gulliver has been involved now in 3 of those 5.
140.
And Katie Sheldon's opener, which was against Sullivan, that went
45.
3-2, but went the way of O'Sullivan. And this is where Katie needs to hold all her nerve, especially when you've led
56.
2-0. You've been that one leg away from victory, and you can see your opponents, creeping up behind you. And then you're at 2 apiece. It's just holding it all together, just getting across that finishing
55.
line.
$98.
Good last start, really good adjustment there from Sheldon after a low one you could visibly see she was frustrated with. She'll also be frustrated with the fact that she's missed 18
81.
out of her 20 darts at double in this game.
$100.
Yeah, once again, very good last start. Katie Sheldon in complete control at this point of the match.
100. Katie require 107. 59.
But there could be some pressure on that 48.
81.
Not as much as
Katie
Trina would
require
like.
48.
Hasn't been finishing quickly in legs. So
16.
she adds in some more darting
Trina
duress.
require 139.
Yeah, Sheldon, 20 missed starts at double, including match-winning opportunities.
Oh, double 16. That would have
107.
absolutely stung Katie
Katie
Sheldon. But
require
what an attempt
32.
from Trina Gulliver.
Game
The
shot
attempt in
and
of
the
itself
match,
wasn't
Katie
enough to
Sheldon.
put Sheldon out of her stride. And she now has a beaming smile on her face after picking up points for the first time. Very happy with that, Katie Sheldon. 3-2 over Trina Gulliver. Not much in the averages, not much between them in the match. Gulliver almost saved it with a spectacular attempt at 139, finding the treble 19 and the bullseye, but missing the double 16, which was the double that Sheldon hit to win her first match of the day. Coming next, BEAU Greaves is yet to lose. She takes on Kirsi Viinikainen.
How have I gone from being top of the tree to not being able to let go of my darts? And I honestly think I'd just get destroyed on that tour. I think it would kill me confidence-wise.
You get in the top 2 of the development tour, you get offered a tour card.
Yeah.
Do you take it?
Yeah, great interview with BEAU Greaves available on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel now, talking everything from dartitis to all her success and plenty of other fantastic content on there as well. Just subscribe on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. And Greaves is back on the stage at Women's Week, and she's looking to carry on her success. Has not lost a game so far. 3 from 3, 6 points from a possible 6. Her opponent is Kirsi Viinikainen, who did get a victory in her first match of the day against Trina Gulliver, but has since gone down to Rhiannon Sullivan and Fallon Sherrock. Can she be the first to beat BEAU?
We did see in patches in Viinikainen's match with Fallon Sherrock the levels that she can produce. Unfortunately, didn't have anything to show from it at the end of the match. You feel that she's going to have to produce something very similar, if not better, if she's going to get anywhere near BEAU GREAVES.
She has beaten her before. In fact, she's beaten her this year at a Women's Series event. You mentioned earlier the brutality
26.
of having these draws early. Well, the pair met in the last 32 match in Wigan. And Viinikainen won it well as well, 4-1 with the 91 average. Has lost by that exact
96.
same scoreline in the two meetings since.
$100. $100.
She's not the only one to have beaten BEAU GREAVES at a Women's Series event, is she, Laura?
No.
60.
Yeah, no. There are several players that have narrowly edged out BEAU GREAVES.
Yeah, 5-4 in a quarter-final, I think yours was, wasn't it? Something to be proud of, though, I'm sure.
Yeah, very much so. And it was nice because it was on the stream as well. So, yeah, to get a win over someone like BEAU is, it's fantastic. Doesn't happen very often. I'm pretty sure the record will show that is probably the only win ever that I've got.
I just focus on the positives.
Always.
In the chat, somebody asking, is the last match tomorrow BEAU against Fallon? It certainly will be. The fixtures today will be reversed for tomorrow, and then a totally different order
133.
on Wednesday. I can tell you they play in the penultimate round of fixtures on Wednesday, so it could well be a head-to-head at that point to see who wins the group, but plenty of darts to be thrown between now and then.
85. BEAU, you require 32. Game shot on the first
Great
leg.
13
BEAU
dart breaker throw for BEAU GREAVES in the opening leg.
Second leg. It's BEAU to throw first. Game on.
Superb standard that she's producing. I'm sure she's feeling more and more at home on this stage with all the success she's had on it. I don't have the stats to hand, but you would think that she's probably got the best win percentage of any player that's ever played on a Super Series stage right now.
$41.
Little secret, when we say stuff like that on air, it's like a hint to the producer to find out.
He's waiting to hear. No rush. No, but you're right. I think, it's definitely going to be right up the top there, if not the highest.
Well, she didn't lose a game at all on the week that she won, did she? She played a Group B and then won every match on finals night. Lost just a handful in Group A last week in the semi-final. I can't see how anyone else will have a better record. Certainly if you add in the 3 out of 3 so far today.
108.
With scores like that, looking very on target to make it 4 from 4 today.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about her potentially breaking the record average for a woman that she hit herself here on that winning week. If she carries on like this, we might be talking about her breaking the record average for anybody.
Game shot on a second
Because
leg.
she follows that
BEAU GREAVES.
13 dart leg with an 11, and that puts her on 125.25 average. Look at that, exactly
Third
60
leg.
points
It's Kirsty the throw
higher than her
first.
opponent.
Game on.
Yeah, incredible stats, incredible stuff from BEAU GREAVES. I know we wax lyrical about it, but to produce these kind of standards again and again and again, it is just exceptional.
140. $84. 55. $96.
Yeah, just had confirmation.
43.
Top out of anybody who's played more than once at the Super Series. She was in the high 70%. That's before she won all of the matches so far today. It looks like that's going to continue. I did forget that she did lose a group game on Saturday night, lost to Darius Labanauskas.
$83.
Yeah, so the plan, unfortunately, couldn't quite execute it.
$93.
Well, she'll have a chance to produce an absolutely staggering average and break that record for the highest for a woman here. She's currently at 117.92.
100.
If she does this in a couple of darts, she may smash her own record of over 114. It's not going to be in 2. The bullseye to do it in 3
63.
just whistles past the wire.
Kersey, you require 80.
Yeah, and a real opportunity here for Kirsty Viikinen to get a leg on the board. Yeah, single for tops.
Game shot on a third
And
leg.
that is a
Kersey
great
Viinikainen.
dart there from Kirsty Viikinen.
Well, it gives BEAU the opportunity, though,
Full
to
flag,
up her
it's
average
Bo's
again,
throw
doesn't it?
first.
But all she'll
Game
care
on.
about is getting the win. Yeah, really good clean-up of that 80. But straight back in the 60 here, BEAU Greaves.
140.
She actually saw us in the commentary box. We're just glued to the average every time BEAU throws at the moment.
Well, it is spectacular. Yeah, of course, the caveat that it's a shorter format. But
123.
in many ways, to be that red hot straight from the off is equally
57.
impressive.
You also have to say full credit here to Kirsty Viikinen, because from 2-0 down, she really has dug deep and found another level.
140.
Yeah, she was playing well against FALLON SHERROCK. She lost that match 3-0. Just has shown in
140.
in defeats that she's got a high standard herself.
$81. BEAU, you require 164.
Oh, what a way to win it this would be.
139. Kersey,
2
you
legs on the
require
spin that she's
157.
narrowly missed the bullseye.
Yeah, great first from Kirsty. Needs to find the 57 and can't on this occasion. So more match-winning opportunities for Greaves.
Yeah, had she found that bull, she would have beaten her previous best.
133.
She won't do it
BEAU, you require 25.
if she cleans this up. But all she'll care about, as we mentioned previously, is getting the victory. Double 8 can achieve that.
9.
And it's the wrong side. And
Kersey, you require 24.
could be an absolute remarkable turnaround here, because Viinikainen is looking at double 12, and if she hits it, she'll have the throw in the last leg decider.
Game shot
And
on
that
the fourth
happens
flag.
in a match
Kersey
where her
Viinikainen.
opponent has been averaging somewhere between 110 and 130 throughout.
Yeah,
Fifth
unbelievable.
and final leg. It's Kersey to throw first. Game
You
on.
see there, almost 30 points difference in the average. But it's those legs that count, and it's 2 apiece. And Kirsty Viinikainen has forced a deciding leg.
And she's on the money again. Nice and neat and tightly
140.
grouped in and around that treble 20. 2 of the darts finding it.
$100. $60.
Absolute focus from Viinikainen.
$60.
Well, you'd have to say she's favourite to win the match now.
$45.
Can't afford visits like that. She doesn't want to stay there, does she?
139.
That second one just looked a little bit loose in the treble.
$100.
Yeah, but it's Viinikainen who's first down to a finish. We saw Viinikainen narrowly miss the 158 in her last match.
56.
Yeah, the
Kirsty,
156 on
require
offer, and Greaves is only 10
156.
points in front here. Viinikainen will probably think, I've got 6 darts here. 1 treble in this visit, and she'll feel good.
$100. But you require 146.
That's what she gets. But does she come back? Oh,
114.
well, we've seen so many near misses
Kirsty,
today, and that
require
was right
56.
up there with any of them. Double top to inflict the first defeat. Double 10.
36.
And the chance has gone begging.
Oh, you require 32.
This is going to be awkward.
Game shot.
But she
and the
finds a
match.
way.
BEAU Greaves.
She always finds a way. BEAU Greaves defeats Kirsty Viinikainen 3-2, but only after Viinikainen had missed a couple of darts at double. And you have to give credit to the Finnish star, because she gave BEAU Greaves a game in a match where Greaves' average was in 3 figures from start to finish. 102.67, the best performance statistically of Women's Week so far, and the best game of Women's Week so far. A real good darting ding-dong, that one, and we hope to see more of the same when Rhiannon Sullivan takes on Fallon Sherrock after the break.
Yeah, welcome back to game number 12, which sees Fallon Sherrock take on Rhiannon O'Sullivan. If you're just joining us, you've just missed Greaves' survive match darts against Kirsty Viinikainen in what was a fantastically competitive match. But now all eyes go to Fallon Sherrock and Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who have been behind Greaves in terms of statistics, but really have been the next two top players throughout today in terms of points on the board. So it's interesting, even though we're only on day one and there's plenty more darts to go, you start to see the table take a little bit of shape. I think this one is one of those matches that if we can see the best of Rhiannon O'Sullivan, she's just lacked that little bit of consistency throughout all her matches. This is another one that I think could go all the way, but Fallon has been very consistent and strong so far.
Yeah, well, whoever wins will be in second place, 2 points behind BEAU Greaves, so she's not going to get away yet. And of course, Sullivan plays Greaves in her last match, so there is the opportunity for her to get level with Greaves.
100.
But most would expect it to be Sherrock and Greaves that occupy the top two spots, and a victory for Fallon would
85.
give her a grip on second place.
$95. 60. 133.
Well, really should have gone for the bullseye there, Fallon Sherrock, but she's probably thinking,
100.
what are the chances of O'Sullivan leaving a finish? It's fair enough.
$95.
Yeah, good last there from Fallon Sherrock.
60. Fallon, you require 78.
So single for double. I cannot find the single number.
22.
Frustration there for Fallon Sherrock. 136 required. Not going to go for O'Sullivan, so Sherrock back to the oche.
55. Fallon, you require 56.
Double four becomes double two.
Game shot on the first leg.
Sherrock
Fallon Sherrock.
seals the opening leg against the throw as well.
Second leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on. $58. 140. 43.
Vast majority of their meetings have come on the women's series. Sherrock winning the last three, including a final
100
at the back end of last year. But O'Sullivan did get back-to-back wins against Sherrock in the middle of 2023.
96.
Including on course to her maiden women's series title.
100.
Yeah, Sullivan definitely up in the level in this leg. Down to a finish after just 9.
120. Rhiannon, you require 161. 97. 140. Rhiannon, you require 64.
Double 16.
32.
And those
Fallon, you
last two
require
visits
44.
from Fallon Sherrock put her in a good position to back up that opening break.
I quite like that route. using the 8 and 16 together to ensure getting a dart, some kind of
30.
double.
Rhiannon, you require 32.
She couldn't hit the double.
Game shot on
And
a
O'Sullivan
second leg.
could.
Rhiannon Sullivan.
So it's as you were, a break apiece, one apiece.
Third leg, it's Rhiannon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, on the 44, I think she was, we discussed it earlier, I think she was more aiming for the 8 to leave 36, but knowing that
45.
she had the insurance policy of the 16 next to it.
$108.
Yeah, first 180 of the match goes the way of Fallon Sherrock.
140.
Yeah, the great response there from O'Sullivan.
$56.
It's another good game to follow the one that we witnessed before the break.
100.
Brilliant battle between Greaves and Viinikainen. He's been lived up to here. Needs the treble to leave a finish. Gets
95. $22. Fallon, you require 100.
The law of averages, one of these finishes is going to go at some point today. We had so many attempts, so many near misses.
98.
Fallon threatened by finding the treble 20, but couldn't follow it up.
66. Fallon, you require 72.
And a real roll of the eyes there from Rhiannon O'Sullivan. As Fallon looks for single 20 for tops for a 2-1 lead.
52. Rhiannon, you require 128.
That kind of gesture with the hand just makes me think she wasn't happy with the throw. But Rhiannon O'Sullivan most definitely will be happy with that.
I just said it, one of those big finishes will go, and one just has. A fantastic 128 on the bullseye to put O'Sullivan in charge in the match and in charge in terms of the league table, the battle between this pair. And if O'Sullivan closes it out, she'll see her separating
40.
Sherrock and Greaves, which is something that not many people would have accounted for this week.
Should we start calling you Mystic Murph with your predictions?
Yeah, I still think we'll see something bigger before the end of the day, Laura. I'll stick my neck out on that as well. 3 matches to come. We saw Greaves miss a 146 in the last match. Gulliver's missed the bull for a 170 and double 16 for a 139. And we know they're capable. Fallon's at a 9 darter on that stage, and BEAU GREAVES took out 161 twice last week. Well, this is for an 11 darter. And she's taking it out. Well, that's some response.
Yeah, catapults.
Fifth and final
Fallon's
leg.
average
It's Rhiannon to
just
throw first.
a touch over 95. There you see it, 95.32 for Sherrock. But it's those legs, it's 2 legs apiece, and it's all down to this one.
Yeah, it's not always what you hit, but when you hit it, and that fabulous 128 finish completely turned this tight. And it means that Rhiannon O'Sullivan still has the advantage because she threw first in the decider. And a dart on the floor for Fallon helps her keep that advantage.
60. $63. $43.
Well, this is O'Sullivan's 4th game of today's proceedings, and this is her the 4th time it's gone 2-all.
Yeah, ultra competitive.
95.
Will it be a positive record of wins, or will it be 1-2, lost 2 of those last leg deciders? Sherrock making a move here.
134. 100. Fallon, you require 102.
Point in it. Double 16. Oh,
shot.
what
And
a
the
way
match,
to win it from
Fallon
Fallon
Sherrock.
Sherrock. What a turnaround at the end of that match. The 1-2-8 was an absolute blockbuster from Rihanna Sullivan, but Fallon Sherrock, an 11 darter followed by a 15, manages to rescue the match and get the victory, and she was good value for it when you look at the stats. A 96.27 average. In the end, she gets a victory and moves on to 6 points, 2 behind BEAU Greaves, 2 ahead of Rihanna O'Sullivan, who in turn is 2 ahead of everybody else, and 2 of those players are in action next. Kirsty Viinikainen up against Katie Sheldon. So just 3 fixtures left to go on Monday at the Modus Super Series Women's Week, the inaugural week for the lady players to do battle. And this is what's happened so far. BEAU Greaves winning all 4 of her fixtures. Fallon Sherrock winning every fixture but the one against BEAU Greaves. And Rihanna O'Sullivan the best of the rest. All of her games going the distance, including that blockbuster before the break when she took out a fantastic 1-2-8, only to see Fallon fire back and edge that one in a last leg decider. The last 3 games actually going 3-2, and all of them very decent matches as well. It means that BEAU Greaves is top of the table without a defeat to her name. She's going to take on Rihanna O'Sullivan in the final match of the day. Fallon Sherrock before then could also be on 8 points. O'Sullivan sits in third on 4, and Gulliver, Viinikainen and Sheldon all with 1 win each. And 2 of those players are going to do battle now as Viinikainen takes on Sheldon in the pair's last match of the day, and I think it's probably a match that will determine how they feel at the end of the day, because one of them will be on 4 points, the other one will probably be a little more disappointed with 2.
Yeah, 100%. I will say out of the pair, Viinikainen, she kicked off with that opening win over Trina Gulliver, but in terms of performance, has improved match on match and kind of culminating in that match where she missed 2 match darts to actually beat BEAU GREAVES despite an absolute gap between the averages. Still had created the chance to actually beat our table topper. For Katie Sheldon, she won her last match, so hopefully that will just settle her down now.
Kirsty the throw first.
I've just felt that she hasn't been able to just maintain the consistency that she's shown so often at the women's series.
$43. 121.
It's unfair of me to ask this, but I'm going to anyway. From what you've seen so far, are you more confident about your chances, less confident about your chances this week?
Yeah, I mean, they've all come out and played very, very strong, and then the realisation is that 3 of them are going to end up in the same group as myself when it starts again on Thursday. So, yeah, I'm slightly more anxious than I was before I turned up this morning.
As a commentator, you said that often you commentate on your own games in your own mind, but do you notice things about your opponents that potentially areas of weakness
96.
that you can sort of try to exploit or anything like that, or is it very much you notice the good things about them?
Yeah, I know you can notice things, especially like triggers if someone's not playing so well, and you can see the frustration creeping in. Yeah, there are some things that you can identify, but ultimately darts, there's no defending. It's very much about you and what you do on the oche as opposed to what your opponent does. As long as you keep ahead of them and hit the doubles first, then you're going to win everything. But that's easier said than done, and that's why I quite like talking about it. And perhaps the execution of what I talk about, it doesn't always quite go to plan, but I am very much looking forward to it.
77.
A much more respectful answer than I would have got from some of my other commentary colleagues. One in particular who's played every trick in the book when he's been on the Super Series stage.
No, in fairness, we all travel together, and we do all tend to kind of get on. We do support one another.
Well, Viinikainen could be one of those
82.
players in that group, but she might not be if she carries on throwing darts like that. A 180 to the 52. Chooses tops, and that's why. 1-0, very good end to that leg.
Second leg, it's Katie to throw first. Game on. $60.
I think out of the 3 that kind of find themselves just on the 1 win at the bottom of the table, I think it'd be Viinikainen, who possibly looks back on it and just thinks she's put in some
36.
solid, strong performances and just missed quite key opportunities. Obviously, a win here that could change things around, really keep you in touching distance of the top 3.
Yeah, well, it was her first match that she won, so I think she'd be really gutted if she didn't add to that today. Particularly having missed a couple of darts to beat BEAU GREAVES as well. And BEAU GREAVES at her best.
100.
In a strange way, that defeat should give her confidence, and the numbers she's producing in this one suggests that is the case.
$45. 58.
one thing I've noticed about Katie Sheldon's darts, quite a few of them are going quite low, and you can see the frustration when it's happening as well.
100.
Yeah, so probably something that she's conscious of and maybe trying to work on. And again, the dart that went low was closer to the treble than the one that went high. Good observation that, because she didn't react to the one that went high at all, but the one that went low she did.
We all know dart players are strange creatures. As Viinikainen misses a single number for the 116, and when something is in your head, as you say, even if it didn't look disastrous to me at all, but you could see from the reaction that is something that perhaps she's conscious of and is finding it a frustrating part of a game.
$140. Kersey require 32. Game shot on a second leg. Kersey Viinikainen.
Very, very good. Certainly. Just making a few.
Third leg. It's
pay
Kersey
attention.
to throw first. Game on.
I think she was probably the one player that when the lineup was announced raised the most eyebrows, not because
60.
people thought she didn't deserve to be there, but just because she's probably the least well known out of the field and just maybe didn't expect to see her there.
Yeah, I think so. But it's one thing that we quite like, it's having the international players, and she is proving thoroughly why she deserved the invitation. And I will say, on the women's circuit, she is very well known.
Yeah, well known, well respected.
44.
A couple of women who have played here at the Super Series that couldn't make it to the Women's Week.
100.
It was great to see Lisa Ashton wishing everybody well. And Mikuru Suzuki, of course, just other commitments back in Japan.
Yeah, it's not quite the same journey as me down the A3, is it?
$140. $21.
One on the floor, and Viinikainen might get the chance to wipe the floor with Sheldon here. A 3-0 success looks imminent.
$85.
Well, you can see the thinking there from Sheldon,
43.
starting on the 18s to give herself the best chance of leaving a finish, but it wasn't executed right.
$100.
Yeah, good set-up visit there from Viinikainen.
52. Kersey requires 72.
All the time in the world to finish the job here. Treble 16. Or 65. May go for the 25. There's no real value in going the 15 route here. Yeah, she's just kind of working it out for herself. Tops.
32.
Yeah, and it's just not happening for Katie Sheldon.
44. Kersey require 40.
Never rains, it pours, not even on a finish. But the game has finished.
And the match, Kersey Viinikainen.
And it's the Finnish player who finds a finish to finish the game. A 3-0 win for Kersey Viinikainen to end her day on a high. She gets her second victory of the day. It could have been more when you look back at the results, particularly that defeat to BEAU GREAVES when she missed a couple of match starts. Sheldon, well, she will end the day with just one win to her name, but the chance to put it all right over the next couple of days. Both those players will return tomorrow. Fallon Sherrock and Trina Gulliver will return straight after this break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Probably the worst thing you could have done is spoke to me in the back room.
Oh, you're that guy that lost like the girl kind of thing, and I'm like,
We didn't have time to stop. We barely had time to get a drink. You know, I helped put darts where it is.
Yeah, fantastic chat with Fallon Sherrock and Ted Everts, who was speaking really candidly about his experience, and she of course spoke about hers, and there is plenty of content available here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. And Fallon Sherrock will be the feature of an upcoming interview on the channel, as will her opponent in this match, Trina Gulliver. Both of those interviews have been conducted and will be released at some point during Women's Week. So the best thing you can do to avoid missing them is make sure you are subscribed. In terms of the darts, Fallon Sherrock is looking to go level with BEAU GREAVES at the top of the table before BEAU takes on Rhiannon Sullivan in her last match of the day. As for Trina, she's looking for a second victory that would see her go level with O'Sullivan and Viinikainen, who just got the better of Katie Sheldon and did it very, very well.
Yeah, interesting to see. It's all smiles in the warm-up down there
42.
on the stage, but as soon as that game on is called, it's back to business as usual.
$100. $42. $24.
Yeah, Trina visibly not happy with that visit and feel it might be an early missed opportunity.
93. $125.
Both of these players, of course, have royal approval,
81.
Laura. MBE at the end of each of their names.
$121. $140. Trina, you require
It's almost like
131.
Fallon sensed that Trina was just pulling away and just finds a way of upping the scoring levels.
42. Fallon, you require 103.
I'm sure I'll take out something similar to this at the end of a previous match. She might be at it again.
79. Trina, you require 89.
Well, we've seen a love-hate relationship with the ball for Trina Gulliver.
Fallon, you require 24.
And she'll hate it right now.
Game shot on the first leg. Fallon Sherrock.
Yeah, for the most of that leg, you would say that Trina
Second
felt
leg.
that she
It's
was
Trina
in
to throw
control.
First. Game on.
But you just cannot miss even the slightest of chances against the likes of Fallon Sherrock and indeed BEAU GREAVES.
81.
I'm sure Fallon would have watched Trina growing up and aspired to achieve what she has. I don't think I've ever asked you, Laura. Did you have a
60.
player that you were sort of inspired by, male or female, when you were watching darts when you were younger?
I think when I was actually watching it on the TV, you kind of still at that
60.
point where you didn't know that female darts actually really existed other than having my parents play. So my mum would play. But yeah, Mandy Solomons, I think, when I saw her when I was younger, and then, of course, Trina.
135.
They're those kind of people that inspire you to see what you can do and what the opportunities are that are open to you.
Yeah, Solomons was the first to hit the perfect leg, wasn't she?
76.
First female to do so a long, long time ago. Should be looking at the ball.
124.
Well, she was, but she just didn't quite get the line right.
$24.
The fact that she does that on shots like 306, it tells you that she's looking for that extra edge as well, isn't it? It's something that even the most seasoned players in the top 10 of the world don't even think about sometimes.
And that, I agree. I think that is, if you look at the likes of Luke Littler and his counting, he does it after his first night. He finds a way of leaving it like a minimum of a 170 through to an actual, a big checkout.
But it could be the difference between, you might win an extra leg in every 10 doing that because you're giving yourself an opportunity that your opponent's not. And they can quickly turn into wins.
100.
And the higher the level, the more important it is. Double top.
46. Trina, you require 100.
I mean, I've seen a ton-topping checkout from Trina so far. We'll need the treble 19 and doesn't go.
44. Fallon, you require
Double 5
10.
can be awkward. But that dart is perfectly titched by Fallon Sherrock, who leads this match 2-0.
Third leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
She would go temporarily top of the table, having matched BEAU GREAVES' leg difference, but won one more leg, though that would be very likely to change in the next game.
180.
Yeah, the perfect start to leg 3 for Fallon Sherrock.
60.
Well, she's done it before, Laura. Can we get excited already?
I think 3 darts is still too soon.
You were right.
59.
In fact, did it twice last year, once here and also became the first female to hit a 9-darter in a PDC tournament when she did it in a Challenge Tour event. I don't believe we've seen one on the Women's Series yet, have we?
No, not as yet.
I wonder if Trina Gulliver sharpened her points in the
134.
practice room. She seems to be having a real effort getting them out of the board during this match.
$40. Fallon, you require 128.
No need to go the 18s route when she can do this.
124.
That was actually the shot that she had hit against her in the previous game.
It was indeed. Rihanna Sullivan, different route. Ended up finishing on the ball, but different outcome. However, plenty
60.
of time on Sherrock's side.
Fallon, you require 4.
So 2 2s.
Game shot, undermatch, Fallon Sherrock.
And Fallon Sherrock completes a 3-0 win to end her day in the perfect way. She lost her opening match when she was beaten by BEAU Greaves 3-1, but since then Fallon has been pretty much flawless. Went to a last leg decider against Rihanna Sullivan, but won all of her 3 games 3-0. She ends on 8 points and right now sits at the top of the table, but that will change in the next game if BEAU Greaves can beat Rihanna Sullivan. Well, BEAU Greaves has been the dominant force on Women's Week so far. The first day's play is about to come to an end, but there is a chance that she won't be top of the table, and that would be the case if Rihanna Sullivan could beat her here. Have you seen enough today, Laura Turner, to suggest that that could happen?
Well, for me, obviously BEAU has been that stronger player, but she did show a slight bit of weakness against Viinikainen, she did have to survive 2 match darts. So I think that just shows to the field, if you dig in and you play your best darts, then the possibility is there. You can beat BEAU GREAVES. But I will say she has also backed that up. She's had 2-ton topping averages so far. She's had 100 and she's had 102. And on both those occasions, she was threatening for most of the match to actually beat her own record of 114. So yes, I do think it is possible, but however, you just have to be on the top of your game.
It's BEAU to throw first.
Well, we know one thing.
Game
Renna
on.
Sullivan will give her a game because every single game that she's played has gone the distance. All 5 legs.
140.
Put herself in a position to beat Fallon Sherrock at 2-1 ahead with a fantastic 1-2-8 checkout, but then Sherrock hit back with 11 and 15 dart leg.
70.
Greaves has found ways to win in every match that she's played, starting with Sherrock, which obviously set the tone for her day. But as Laura mentioned, Kirsty Viinikainen in particular troubled BEAU GREAVES, despite the fact
95.
she was in 3 figures throughout that match.
I think we've always said it, isn't it? Averages are an indicator, and at one point, well, it ended up being over a 30-point gap in the averages between the pair, but it's legs that count.
137. BEAU, you require 129. Game shot on the first
absolutely
leg.
brilliant.
BEAU
She didn't even have to go for it, which is why we were just sort of holding our breath to see if she would, but it's absolutely
Second leg, it's round to throw
sensational.
first.
Again, she starts a match in a fashion which will threaten a record. A dozen darter, that's 125 average.
26.
Yeah, the one thing you will say about BEAU is every single match she's come out and she has produced scores like this and numbers like you've just mentioned.
95.
Just a slight issue with the scoring system, I believe. We were talking at the start of the day about the fact that we don't have a physical mark here and we rely on technology, and sometimes there can be gremlins in the system, Laura. We got some there, but I can assure you that there is no gremlins in the system regarding the performance of BEAU GREAVES. Those averages we've seen today are absolutely legitimate and correct.
$140.
Yeah, and that's a fabulous throw, considering there was a pause in play to come back up to the oche and just find a solid 140.
100.
Very good.
Just to confirm, Reno Sullivan scored 26, 95 and 100 in this leg.
85.
BEAU GREAVES following the 139 opener with that 140 you just saw, then 85 to leave 137. The potential for a second 12 darter.
BEAU, you require 137.
And she may just get it. Oh, so
117.
Yeah, once again, BEAU GREAVES proving almost unplayable.
60. BEAU, you require 20. Game shot on a second leg.
Well, she couldn't
BEAU
manage
GREAVES.
a 12 darter, Laura. She had to settle for a 13. That's rubbish.
Yeah, no,
Third leg, it's BEAU to throw first.
I don't really know what to say to it. I mean, there's not enough superlatives really to describe the level of play that she has found throughout today.
140.
It meant her average dropped to 122.36.
60.
I mean, not that she needed to send out a message, but she really is sending out a message to the rest of the field.
Well,
81.
she's been threatening all day to produce something quite staggering, and this could be it. The encore for BEAU GREAVES could be the best part of the performance.
58. $41. $100.
Well, she'll have to settle for 15 at best in this leg, but what a performance it's been, not just this match, but this entire day. In fact, this last week for BEAU Greaves.
$98.
Yeah, as you say, just been a phenomenal couple of weeks here at the Modus Super Series for BEAU Greaves.
95. BEAU, you require 20.
She ended last Monday on Champions Week, top of Group A. She went on to win it. She ends Monday on Women's Week, top of Group A, having won all 5 of her matches. And BEAU Greaves was absolutely irresistible in that one, an average of 107.36, having started the game with 12 and 13 dart legs, including that stunning 1-2-9 checkout. And Rihanna Sullivan, who'd been to a last leg decider in all of her other matches today, could not get a look in against that absolutely quality display. Greaves, with a 5-star display, makes it 5 wins from 5, and we will recap all of the action after this. Wow, what a performance at the end there from BEAU Greaves. What a day for BEAU Greaves, but what a day for everyone. It's been a really good start to Women's Week.
Yeah, really, really good standard throughout. I mean, obviously, yeah, absolute peaks right at the end there for BEAU with that 107. But I just think everyone has something really positive that they can take into tomorrow.
Absolutely. Let's just recap what's happened today before doing that in a bit more detail. Here are the results. And look, the first match of the day, many thought would decide who would be top of the table. It proved to be the case, didn't it? But neither Fallon or BEAU were without trouble in all of their other matches.
No, not at all. I mean, BEAU did survive those match starts against Viinikainen, despite a 30-point gap in the averages. It was 2 legs all, and as I say, that ran really, really close. But BEAU just manages to find a way. She is she's just solid, but she's gone from strength to strength throughout the day. She's actually improved her average on every, match by match, say peaking at the 107. If that's a continuous trend, I think they're going to be really worried about tomorrow. Yeah,
ironic that the player who did miss a couple of match starts was Viinikainen in that match where she was averaging 3 figures throughout. Yeah,
absolutely. And like I say, you can see they're not all unbeatable. BEAU Greaves has lost games before, but you're going to have to find it's going to be perfect timing, and it's also you're going to have to find your best performance.
Fallon Sherrock, she did have a little bit of a few battles as well, particularly against Rihanna Sullivan, who apart from that brilliant performance by BEAU in the last game really put up some good fights.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a turning point in the match when Rhiannon Sullivan took out the 1-2-8 to lead 2-1. You're one leg away from victory, but Fallon then reeled off an 11 darter followed by a 15. So it's almost like with Fallon, when her back's against the wall slightly, she just finds a way. She has got another gear. And yeah, okay, that was a really tough opener for both her and BEAU. That will be the last game tomorrow. So I think there might be a bit more of a different dynamic as we reach the tail end of tomorrow.
We see this quite a lot from Fallon. She can do that under pressure. Do you think that we are going to see her beat BEAU this week, or do you think BEAU's level is too high at the moment?
BEAU's level has been outstanding, but she has proved that she could potentially be a little bit fallible if you get everything right. Fallon is more than capable of beating her. As we've said, especially recently, they've been quite close in terms of head-to-heads. Fallon has had, quite a few wins over BEAU Greaves, but BEAU is just so comfortable on that Modus Super Series stage, and like I say, if she carries on how she finished today, it's going to be really, really difficult for everyone.
Well, if she carries on improving her averages game by game, then she'll break every record every match from now on, won't she? It's been sensational.
It has, and she's really has just threatened her own top average of 114. She's been averaging around like 120 for the first couple of legs, and it sounds silly to say she's dropping off towards the tail end, but she is ever so slightly. But it wouldn't surprise me if she does beat her own record.
Yeah, the table of course indicates her success today, winning all 5 of her matches, 10 points. Fallon Sherrock, unsurprisingly, the next player behind her. We spoke about potentially a battle for third place in that Group B spot that's available. Who from today do you see winning that battle?
Yeah, it's really tight. I think I kind of went with Rhiannon just based on her experience previously. I think she's just lacked that little bit of consistency that she probably would have liked to have done. Kirsty, for me, has been, really, really consistent. She's pulled out some really big performances. A bit nervous to start with, ironically, because that was, she got her first win then, but has got better as the day has progressed. So I still think it's going to be quite tight. I think all 4, obviously, they're at the bottom of that table, all in contention. But for me, it's between Kirsty and O'Sullivan.
Right, next time we see you, it will be on that stage behind us. What's the plan, and has what you've seen today changed your plan for the next couple of days?
No, I think it's too late to change any big plans at this point. I think the standard's been really good. Obviously, you know what you're going to expect. 3 of those players are going to be in Group C, so I need to be at my best. Obviously, I've got a few practice sessions booked in, but yeah, I'm nervous but excited at the same time. So it's all about keeping it calm.
Well, let me, on behalf of everyone at the Super Series, wish you the best of luck. We'll see you on Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow for the resumption of Group A. BEAU Greaves leading the way at the moment. Fallon Sherrock flying just behind her. And we are going to see that rivalry renewed once again from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel.